Good evening, everybody, and welcome to the 24-hour Train-A-Thon. Sparky, Jason, good to see you both in the chat here. I'm going to be kicking us off tonight for a couple hours of welcome and weathering is what we're starting off with. So we're going to have a good time this weekend, today and tomorrow. We're doing 24 hours to raise some money for the for the Children's Hospital of Philadelphia. The QR code right down there, or also the link down in the description or pinned in the live chat. That's where you can donate to the cause. Let me make sure I have the cause page pulled up on my second screen here, so I can keep track of it and thank any and all of you who donate. I'm trying to remember, how did I keep track of that last time? How best did I do that? So, we have a goal of $1,000 to be raised by the end of the weekend. The goal on the page is set to 800. That way it's, a little lower, and we can hopefully reach our goal and surpass our goal on the site, because that work, is better for the whatever on their back end or whatever. It looks better for them that we did better, but that's kind of the goal is $1,000 this weekend. So hopefully we can reach that goal and have a good time. Sorry, I'm also a little bit under the weather right now. So if I sound or look a little bit off, that's probably why. But we're gonna have a really great time this weekend. I'm gonna kick us off with some weathering, and we're gonna go between. You got to decide here between this X-Pen Central Boxcar, which is patched out for Conrail from ESM, or this KD New Haven 50-footer. So we'll figure that out in a minute here. But once I'm done there, we're gonna pass it over to our friend Sam, which is at the Cell Phone Railfan here on YouTube. He's going to be doing some scenery work on one of his T-Track modules. I think it's based on the island of Sodor, which is pretty neat. So we're going to jump to Sam after that for a couple hours. Then at 10 p.m. Eastern, we're going to have Billy and Danny from the Rail Brothers. They're going to be doing their Rail Talk podcast live, and we'll be rebroadcasting their streams. So go give them a check out, and if you want to come back here afterwards, it'll still be live. We're going to basically rebroadcast their live stream, and then the plan is to have Eddie on later tonight as he's working on some mining, on building a mine for his modules, for his modular layout, I believe, actually. Then overnight for the Eastern Standard Timers, we didn't have anyone sign up for a few hours, so we're probably going to rebroadcast some of our community's content and our content and kind of everything. This is live, Heath. Good to see you, my friend. Welcome to the Train-A-Thon. We're kicking things off with me, little old me, I know. Oh, boo-hoo. No. Just running through the schedule here real quick. So overnight, we're probably gonna rebroadcast some video from ourselves and some of our community members. And then 5 o'clock in the morning, our friend Bart, who is one of the moderators on our server, will be working on some block automation on his N-scale layout. I am still coughing. It's a little better today. And also just took some cough medicine before I started. But I'm a little better. Actually, quite a bit better. I got some good rest today, getting myself set up. But I decided not to go to the ops session I was supposed to go till tomorrow. And instead I'll be doing some ops here live on my channel, or on my layout on this channel. So after Bart does his automation, that's 5 to 6 a.m. Eastern, 6 to 8, the plan is for Eddie to work on some more T-Track stuff. Then 8 to 10, Bart will come back on, and he still hasn't decided yet. He's either gonna do some Run 8, which is a railroad simulator, or he's gonna work on some railbuilder.app operations, which sounds interesting. I'm not sure actually what that is. 10 a.m. tomorrow, Billy and Danny from the Rail Brothers will be back. I think Billy said they're going to be sharing their layouts and just kind of showing off what they've got. And then 11 to 1, I'll be on my layout over there doing some switching ops and kind of sharing how I do that. Sam Dickinson, again, rail fan, cell phone rail fan here on YouTube, will be back at 1 tomorrow, sharing some live stream from the LLMRC, which is his local club. They're at the Willard Library at a train show. Then Bart will be back again 2 to 4 tomorrow, doing some ESU decoder installs, and we'll wrap up tomorrow 4 to 6 with our good buddy Paul Stamp doing his Talking Trains live from his workbench. So that's the overall kind of schedule for the weekend, and it's going to be a great time. So with that gotten kind of out of the way, once again, I'll say if you want to donate to the cause, we are raising money for the Children's Hospital of Philadelphia. We've got our QR code directly below me on the screen here, or the link which is pinned in the live stream chat and also down in the description. So nothing is expected, but every little bit helps us to work towards that goal. So I have an echo. Oh geez, how do I have an echo? How do I have an echo? Where am I rebroadcasting? Thanks. Also, welcome, Sean. Good to see you, my friend. Where's the echo coming from? Is it just the echo of my room, maybe? Let me listen into my phone real quick, and let me see what's going on here. Well, it sounds like it might just be the echo of my room, Sean, which is unfortunate. Okay, so it might just have been, I said one word in a particular direction and it bounced around my room. Could be. But, that's, that, oh. That would do it, yeah, that could do it, Sean. So, we're going to get things started here tonight with some weathering. So, that would explain it. That would explain it. Well, I'm glad you were waiting for us. So, I've got two options here for what I can work on tonight. I have Eastern Seaboard models, 50-foot boxcar here, patched out for Conrail from Penn Central. Very nice car. I really like the patches. It's based off of a prototype photo, so I would have a real nice, easy job weathering this because I can work right at, well, easy is relative. I'd have good reference because this paint scheme is based off of the reference photo, but it's also, could drive me a little bit crazy if I'm trying to really focus in on getting it just right. And the other option is this nice KD, which is basically the predecessor to New Haven, to Microtrains, predecessor to Microtrains, the KD 50-foot boxcar painted for the New Haven. So those are our two options here to start off. Let me see if I can, well, I guess, where is, there it is. Open a web browser. Excuse me. I think I can put in a poll here. Start a poll. Which one? Start poll. I'm doing the YouTube thing. I'm doing it. I'm figuring it all out. So if you guys can go ahead and vote for which car you would rather see me weather tonight, whether it be the New Haven car or the Conrail patched out, and we'll give it a couple minutes there. But it's good to be here, everyone. I hope you all are looking forward to some fun content throughout the weekend. We're gonna be, like I said, streaming between now and 24 hours from now, 6 p.m. tomorrow night Eastern time. And I'm looking forward to it. It's going to be a really fun way for us to kind of showcase all of the work that our community's been doing, with the scenery stuff that some of our members are doing, and some of the stuff that we work on and so on. It's going to be a lot of fun. A good variety of content for the weekend. But in the meantime, while you all are voting, I'm going to pull together all of my stuff. So I've got my weathering powders here, light and dark rust from Bragdon Enterprises. This stuff is quality stuff. And I always love working with it. The only issue I have with it is that it sticks to everything, including my fingers and my work desk. So it can be a little bit of a pain to work with from time to time, but it's super nice. We've got my acrylic paints here. If I do this, I'm going to use the oil paint. If I do this, don't think I'll use the oil paint because it's got a semi-gloss coat to it. So the oil paint will just kind of sit on top. So I want... Where did I put my Tamiya weathering powders, whatever weathering powders. Not my N scale ruler. Okay. It's on my desk here somewhere. I've got too much stuff on my desk. I really need to just do a full detox and straighten everything up. But I was so busy coordinating everything that I didn't get around to it. Oh, 50-50. Who's gonna win? Oh, Heath. Oh, Heath. You funny guy. Where did my Tamiya powders go? Are they in my brush bag? Which is right here. They're probably in here because I don't know if I have. Oh, two votes for Conrail, one for the New Haven. Both are great cars, and both are eventually going to get weathered, but we'll see. We'll see who wins. If I don't do the New Haven here tonight, I'll do it at some point in the next couple weeks on my Monday night weekly weathering and more stream. Alright, got my Tamiya powders, so that's good for that. And then, yeah, I think that's all of the materials that I've been looking for. We'll give it 2 more minutes. We'll do 2 more minutes, and then we'll see whoever's winning the poll at that point. So the other 2 of y'all who are in the chat, if you haven't voted yet and you have a preference, make sure you vote and figure out what I want to weather. Alright, so we got this, that, yeah, all set up and ready to go. The only thing I need is my gloves, so I don't get my yucky fingerprints all over everything. Okay. So, one more minute here. Make sure I notify all the people in the community. There we go. All right. So it looks like the Conrail has one out tonight. So we'll put the New Haven car back away. And Heath, don't worry. I'll be sure to weather it down. Maybe not next week, or this upcoming week, I guess. This upcoming week, I plan on hopefully finishing up the work on this B&O box car that I've been working on live. So hopefully that'll be this week. But next week, we'll bring this guy back and we'll get that done over on my personal channel, youtube.com/nscaletrainboy. Alright, so with that said and done, I'm going to go ahead and pull up the prototype photo that I've got here of this car. I just have to remember which instance of Chrome I had it opened in. That's the one. Save image as weathering reference. This is something I meant to do earlier, but probably forgot to do. Close poll. Okay, let me add it into Streamlabs here so I can show it off on the stream. I need to do a image, add a new image, which is going to be called reference, and browse for the file. Throw it up for you all. It is in here. Nope, in here. There. Done. Let me get it into a spot where it's not taking up too much of the screen. Sure, that looks good. This is a photo that was taken. It doesn't, did it? Oh, dang it. Doesn't say. But I'm gonna guess sometime in the late 70s or early 80s. There it is. So there's our reference photo. That's what we're, and actually let me bring it a little bigger here. There we go. That's what we are going to be working to replicate, at least roughly. So all of these patch outs here, excuse me, those all are going to get faded as well as the body of the car. And then all of this light green is going to become almost completely brown with rust and grime, which is a very neat, a very interesting, technique, or effect. Effect is the word I was looking for. So, we are going to get started here. So, I'm going to start off with some powder. is going to do. So I'm going to start off. It looks like it's just about time for me to get another one of these. This is the Tamiya Weathering Powder Set B. Tamiya Weathering Master Set B. I've had it for almost a year now, over a year now maybe. I'm not sure. I don't remember when I picked it up. But it has gotten me through some really good weathering jobs. So we're going to go ahead and lighten everything up by giving it a coat of light powder to start us off. This is going to wind up being largely a powder job, I think, actually, which is going to be interesting, because normally on my channel I wind up doing a lot of paint jobs instead of powder jobs, but, well, this might actually need some paint. Now that I'm putting the powder on, it's not lightening the way I was hoping it would. Yeah, not quite brightening it enough. Welcome to the stream, David. Welcome to the Train-A-Thon. This is actually coming out okay. Not too bad, but I think it would be better if I did use the paints. So let me grab... Where did I put my paper towel? There it is. Damp this paper towel just a touch. And then I can go ahead and wipe all the powders off. So this first layer is going to wind up being paint. But a lot of the grime and rust coloring, I think, is going to wind up being powders towards the end. We're going to get those rust splotches that are visible on this car, in this photo. We're going to get those done with paint, but then the kind of general wash of rust and grime, that's going to be done with these Bragton Enterprises powders. And those work quite well. So we tried with the powder and it just didn't quite work out, so let's get some paint going. Where did I put? There it is. Let's get some paint out of the tube here. There we go. Screw that cap back on. I said, screw the cap back onto the paint. Oh, I really need to clean this this thing's nozzle. The threads are completely covered in oil paint. So my process of weathering, and this differs from person to person, from weatherer to weatherer, you know, everyone's got their own style and their own unique way of going about things. What I do is I start with a fade coat, which is always either white oil paint or white weathering powders, or light gray weathering powders sometimes. But what that does is it takes the existing colors and gives them a slight sun-bleached appearance. So in order to do that, I basically dry brush the oil paint on there. And because it's nearly dry brushed, it doesn't take very long to cure, which is nice. But be careful if you are following along and using this technique. Be careful that you do let the paint cure for long enough, because if you don't let it cure for long enough, you do run the risk when you put acrylics on top of having the acrylics craze, which is when the gases that are released when the oil paint is curing, because it is a chemical process, it releases gas, and if there's no way for that gas to vent basically, which is what would normally happen when it's just coming off of the coming out from open air, basically. If you block that process with acrylic paints, it can bubble up the acrylics and cause them to flake off. So it is a risk that you run, but it's not one that I've ever had occur, because I typically I work my way around the car typically, and that allows enough time, because I'm working in such thin layers, allows enough time by the time I get all the way around the car, the paint on one side is cured, so I can keep working. So it's one of the main and very interesting effects I want to try and capture is let me see if I can actually bring this bigger so I can point this out to you all. If I bring this photo big, around the numbers, you might be able to see that there is some overspray from the stencils that they used on the left side of the car where the reporting marks are. So that's an effect that I think is really neat, and I want to try, at least give an attempt at recreating, because I think that would be very interesting. So I have to remember when I get there to mask off those letters so I can try that. But for now, I'm going to start on the right side of the car here. And I don't mind getting the truck at all, actually, because trucks rarely ever are flat black like they are on a plastic model. Let me go ahead and pop this here, here, reload. Thank you all so much for your donations, by the way. Sean, Mountain Glacier, and the $50 Anonymous. We really appreciate it. Pushing us towards that goal. We're already at 120 bucks. So thank you guys all so much for your donations. Again, we are, for anyone who's joined since I last said it, we are fundraising for the Children's Hospital of Philadelphia. Raising some money for them as part of our 1-year celebration. So the QR code down below me, the pinned link in the stream chat, and the link down in the description below will all bring you to the same place. Hey, Billy and or Danny. Good to see you. Welcome in. We're looking forward to your rail talk later tonight. So I'm working on this Conrail 50-footer right now, patched out, and I was just giving everyone the spiel once again of where they can find the fundraiser stuff. We've already raised $120, which is extremely exciting, and again, I just want to say thank you all so much for your donations. It means a ton to us, and I'm sure it'll mean a ton to the Children's Hospital of Philadelphia, and help them care for, provide better care for the children that they are serving. Make sure I pull up the image again. There it is. That seems about right. Let me just really kind of carefully blend it in with my smaller brush. There we go. This panel down here is actually very dark, so I'm going to wipe a lot of this off. get this door going. Just checking to make sure both sides were the same. That way I wasn't trying to weather one side accurately and the other, flip it over and the other side is, you know, the same as the photo and this one's different. You know, always worth a check. Alright, you know what I'm gonna do? Where's my tape? Where is my masking tape? Oh, it's right here. Alright, so we're gonna mask off these numbers right now. That's a little thick. Let me grab my other masking tape, my thinner masking tape. And I'm gonna grab that so I can mask off these numbers, because once again, I'll bring it up big while I step away for a second. You can see in the reference image I'm using, the numbers on the left side of the car have a little bit of ghosting, a little bit of overspray happening from the stencils that they used. So I'm going to try and recreate that at least a little bit. So I need to grab my thinner. Don't trip and fall down first. There we go. Got it. Welcome everyone again to the Model Train People's Train-A-Thon. For those of you who are joining, I'm seeing that viewer count go up, which is very good and makes myself and the rest of the community very happy. We hope you all are looking forward to a great day of content. So we're going to use this, we're going to go ahead and try this 2 mil. Yeah, the 2 mil looks about right. So let me use my tweezers and grab the end of the tape here. There we go. Okay. Train Man, hey! Good to see you. Welcome into the stream. Thank you. I am, you know, I can't take credit for anything other than the fading that's occurring. Oops, I forgot that this is big still. I can't take any credit for anything other than the fading occurring here right now. But, I'm gonna grab little pieces of this tape and work on masking over the numbers, so I can try at the very least to attempt to recreate the overspray patterns that I noticed in my prototype photo of the numbers. Because that's a neat effect that you know, you'll only get on a car like this that's been hastily repainted and patched. So I think it would be very neat to try and recreate in N scale. Something not basically anyone is going to notice, but it's worth it to me, and I'll know it's there. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 numbers. Okay. Let me go ahead and start applying these. These are too long. Okay. Let's try that. That looks a little closer. Danny, good to see ya. Welcome in. We're looking forward to your you and Billy's train talk later tonight. I can't wait to listen into you guys talk about your layouts. Alright, we are getting going here with this masking. Might actually cut this one down because the one is nice and thin. There we go. Alright. Yeah, I can't wait, because first listen to you guys when you on your last episode, you're about the Blue Comet, and it was a really great discussion you guys had, and it was super engaging. So I can't wait to tune into you guys live and hear what you guys have to say and share about your layouts, because chatting with Billy the other night and helping him set things up sounds like a lot of fun, especially from one end scaler to another. Alright, let's cut this one down a little bit. And yeah, hopefully you guys enjoy the live content creation experience, and hopefully it's not too rough on you all. For anyone out there who doesn't know, Danny and Billy are the Rail Brothers. They've got a really nice following going on their pages, but if you don't know them, go check them out. They produce a lot of content around rail fanning, and they have their Rail Talk podcast, which is very, very fun to listen to. They'll be on at 10 p.m. Eastern doing a live episode of their Rail Talk podcast, and 10 a.m. tomorrow morning showing off some of their what they've got. So check them out if you don't know them. So I have a list. I guess I could post a list. I should post the list on our page. I should do that. Let me do that. Let me finish putting this masking tape on, Sparky, and then I will do that. I will post up a nice list of who is doing what and when. That is a very good idea. I thought about doing that earlier and then forgot to. So thank you for reminding me, Sparky. That's what you're here for, right? You're here to point out all my mistakes. That's why I got you. Stack Talk, sorry. Stack Talk, sorry. Thank you. Too many podcasts, too many things. Yes, they have the Stack Talk podcast, not the Rail Talk podcast. The Rail Talk podcast is, I think, something else. All right, let me get that. Let me get a screen grab of that list. And the list, I'm gonna post the list, but it's subject to change. Because some people are going to be, some people might have some things that change throughout the day. So just keep that in mind. Let me get this posted. I'll put it as a community post on our YouTube page here. And yep. Let me do this. Shift Windows S to screen grab. Let me zoom out a touch. This is the rough. Thanks, Danny. This is the same. It's just a 12-hour YouTube video, which is like, I think it's like lo-fi chill or something like that. I don't know. It's what I use in the background of all of my streams as well. And it's just like lo-fi chill, like no copyright, yada yada yada, something like that. And it's very relaxing for me to listen to, and it adds some nice background for those moments when I get really focused on the weathering. Okay, let me save the photo now that I have it screen grabbed. Hey! Welcome, Mr. Thomas. It's good to have you on here. Right now, I am doing weathering. I'm working on this Conrail 50-foot boxcar, which is patched out from Penn Central. As you can see, the reference image in the bottom corner. Sparky 107 just recommended that I share our schedule. So that is what I'm working on at this moment. Then I'll get back to it. Oh, glad to hear it, Billy. Glad the vibes were good. And you too, Marisoft. Marosensoft. I'm sorry, that's too many consonants for my brain. But glad you guys are enjoying the vibes. Yeah, weathering's a lot of fun, Tom. It takes a little bit of practice to get a handle on, but it's really not all that difficult. It's all about learning how much of certain effects to apply and how little of certain effects to apply at any given moment. YouTube. Hey, look, I do my best. Mia, gotcha. Glad you're enjoying the vibes, Mia. Too many letters for my ADHD brain to focus. Alright. View your channel. Go ahead and posts. Here's a schedule of the next schedule of the next 24 hours. There we go. Image. Select from your computer. I saved it here somewhere. Now I just have to find it. There it is. Okay, posts. Oh, yes, it does. You know it. Oh, man. So many letters. So many letters. Alright, posted it there. Let me go ahead and post it everywhere else here real quick. And then we'll get back to the car. Okay. All right. Back to this train car here. So, what I'm working on right now, so I just masked off these numbers here because I want to try and at the very least attempt to recreate the buildup of white around those from the masking and stenciling process. So I'm going to go a little heavier than I normally would around them with my white oil paint, which is what I use to fade. Where did I get the car from? So this is an Eastern Seaboard Models car, ESM. I picked it up. I believe I picked it up from Don Head online. I was chatting with him, and he had them for sale. But I picked them up. Oh, jeez. I'm not even gonna try and attempt that, David. I as fun as that might seem for me to try and say, I'm not even gonna bother, because that can only end poorly. But to finish up my statement there, Danny, I basically picked it up from my friend online, but it is, I believe, available at the ESM website still, and should be around various places. A lot of times I'll pick up stuff from Yankee Dabbler, or from trainworld.com, or from what's the other store that I get stuff from a lot? Iron Planet Hobbies, for some DCC stuff. But a lot of stuff I also just pick up off of eBay or at train shows. The first ESM car I picked up was actually at a train show. I picked it up directly from ESM because I was chatting with Brian at the Springfield show. I think that was back in 2020. Because he is, located here in the Northeast. And does a lot of Northeast prototypes, hence the Eastern Seaboard models. Nicholas Smith. I'm not sure who that is or what that is in regard to, Danny. Nicholas Smith. I'm not sure if I know what you're talking about. Or who you're talking about, I guess. Really blend this in so that it's not a big buildup of paint. Gotcha. Yeah, I'm a little bit far from Philly. I'm up here in the Mid-Hudson Valley in New York, so I don't get down to Philly very often. Every now and again I'll get down there to that area because my uncle and aunt and and their son live in the greater Philly area, but a little bit far from me. Unfortunately, there's not a ton of real good train stores in my area anymore, but that sounds great. I wish I had stores like that in my area anymore. There's only one really, and they sell a lot of. They've got some N scale stuff. They've got some HO scale stuff. They've got a good chunk of O scale stuff. But really, it's like a 3-aisle store, and one of those aisles is model trains, and the other 2 are RC cars and model rocketry stuff and model airplane stuff. So it's not as big into the trains as I would wish that they were. Yes, go Birds. Congratulations on your win. I don't love the Birds, but I also don't love the Chiefs, and I enjoy suffering. I'm a Jets fan. And a Mets fan for that matter, so I enjoy pain and suffering when it comes to sports. But congratulations on your win, and I guess go Birds. Oh, jeez. That is wonderful. I wish I had that. Good lord. That'd be awesome. is pretty well faded. If we compare that from one side to the other. Welcome, Hayden. Welcome to the Train-A-Thon. It's good to have you here. I'm working on weathering up this 50-foot boxcar here from Eastern Seaboard Models. It's an N-scale car. There's the side we haven't done yet. There's the side we faded. So it's looking pretty good. Yes, it will. This will be, I'm going to make sure to, we're going to, well, I guess I am, because I'm going to be running a lot of the behind-the-scenes stuff this weekend. But we're going to make sure to break the stream up in 6 to 8 hour chunks. So, this stream, this link will end probably around midnight tonight. And then we'll start a new one for overnight and tomorrow morning, and then we'll end that one and start a new one for tomorrow late morning, early afternoon. Because YouTube will only save live streams that are less than 12 hours, so we're going to split it up like that. But to answer your question, Thomas, yes, it will be around for you to go back and look at after we're done. Music down a little bit? Okay, sure thing, Sam. Thanks for the heads up. There we go. Hopefully that's a little better. And glad you're here, Sam. Sam is going to be our next guest on the Model Train People Train-A-Thon. So, looking forward to having you on, Sam. It's going to be a good time. Yeah, I brought the music down a smidge, so hopefully it's a little bit less loud for you, Sam. But I think it's hopefully okay. Let's really fade this car end. This car end is going to get a lot of grime and gunk and grit built up on it because of all the stuff getting kicked up from the end. And no problem, Tom. Glad you could join us for however long you can, and hopefully you'll enjoy rewatching after the fact. So for those of you who have joined since the last time I brought it up, which was probably 15-20 minutes ago, no problem, Sam. But for those of you who have joined, hey Dylan, welcome in. Good to have you. Welcome to the Train-A-Thon. We are raising money for the Children's Hospital of Philly. We are going to be live for the next 24 hours. We have a schedule up on the posts, the community posts part of our YouTube channel, with a rough schedule of how things are going to go. But basically, people are going to be live here, myself and others, over the course of the next 6 hours, until around midnight Eastern. At around midnight Eastern time, what we're going to do is switch over to some videos of content from our own page. Oh, excuse me. Our own page and pages of some of our members to keep everyone interested overnight, as a lot of us are on the eastern seaboard of the United States, and so we can't really stay up for 24 hours straight. We do need some amount of sleep, unfortunately, for the content perspective, but kind of important. But we're going to be switching over to videos for the midnight to, I believe, 5 a.m. Eastern time, and then getting back to live content for the rest of the day tomorrow. So, Tom, glad you're here for as long as you can be, and whenever you can get back in, hop back in and enjoy the content and enjoy the chatting, and we're having some good time. No sleep. No sleep for trains. Agreed, Danny. Billy. Yeah, since I'm the one kind of in control of things in the background, and I'm kind of sick, I might want some sleep, but Dylan, thanks so much, man. The QR code directly below me, the link pinned in the live stream chat, and the link in the description of the live stream are all great ways to get to the donations page. We've currently raised, as of this very moment, let me refresh the web page here. As of this moment, before Dylan's donation gets in, we have raised $120. So thank you all so much for donating. It's all going to a great cause. We're trying to raise money for, like I said, the Children's Hospital of Philadelphia, where we are going to try and help them raise some money so we can, so they can better serve the kids that they're helping to treat and care for. And this is all in service for them, and it's partly to celebrate our 1 year anniversary as a community. We started mid-February 2024 last year, and the community has grown and grown since then, and we're super happy that the community has grown so much, and we have so many friends that I've met so many people, a lot of you all in chat, but a lot of other people as well from all over the world to talk trains with, people who have so much knowledge and so much skill in various areas of the hobby, and it's just such a fun community that I'm so glad that Eddie started about a year ago, and I'm so happy to have hopped in early on and been able to help out on the back end of the community to try and make this community as good of a place as it can be for those of us who are on the younger side of the hobby. There's plenty of spaces for the hobby in general, but the reason Eddie started this community was so those of us who are of the younger persuasion, shall I say, I guess, can have a space of our own, to do what we want and share what we want, and see that there are others of us in our age brackets that are part of this hobby, because we're out there, we're here, us young people, we exist in this hobby, and it's good to see so many of us getting together and enjoying the hobby together. So that's kind of my spiel. I'll probably give it again in another 20-30 minutes, but I'll shut up for now and get back to focusing on this rail car. So I'm only gonna do the masking of the numbers on the one side to kind of add some more interest to the car. Different sides of the car look slightly different from each other. This side is done. This side is needing a little more blending here, but otherwise is done. I should have done is given this car a dull coat before I started, because it has a slight gloss finish. But it's too late to do that now, so we're going in. Oof. I am a little bit hungry, not gonna lie. I haven't had dinner yet. My dinner is gonna be after I hop off the stream here. I'm gonna grab some food before chatting a bit with Sam. Just went through. Thanks so much, Dylan. Every little bit counts. Thanks so much, man. Really appreciate it. All of the all of the donations are so much appreciated, and we're glad that you're a part of our community, Dylan, and thanks so much for supporting the cause. Alright, let's fade the roof. The roof is going to get actually a good bit of fading because can't really see it in my prototype shot here, but I'm assuming that it is faded and rusted away because the roof usually gets some of the worst weathering of it all because it's the most exposed, more so than any other part of the rail car. So we are going to fade the heck out of this roof and wreck my brush in the meantime. It's going to have to really be reconditioned after I'm done with this job, as it usually is. Usually my brushes have to get reconditioned fairly often. But, you know, they're pretty cheap brushes, so I'm not too worried about them. If I have to just chuck them and replace them, I will. That's the nice thing that I've learned about weathering, is that it doesn't take a ton of money. Yeah, that would take away from your available cash reserves, I'd imagine. But your work is super cool, Dylan, by the way. For anyone out there who doesn't know, Dylan models basically if the Santa Fe were around in the modern day, if there was no BNSF merger. So he's got Gevos, and he's working on an AC 6000, all in the Santa Fe silver and red war bonnet, like their Dash 9s and Dash 8s had. And it's some really awesome modeling work that he does. It's a super neat concept to take, you know, such an iconic paint scheme and bring it into the modern day, and I think it's really cool. Yeah, of course, man. It's super sweet what you do. Awesome. Awesome, awesome, awesome. Yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing the finished product of that, for sure. And your, what's it called? Your inspection train, too. Alright, I'd say that is pretty good. Pretty well faded on the roof. So, with that done, let me go ahead and... What is it? There it is. Wipe off my brush here. Put a touch of my mineral spirits on the brush to get the... Ooh, nice. The Triclops are just such neat locomotives. I don't know, something about the Triclops just has always seemed super interesting to me. But I think it's just a touch too modern. Let me make sure, but I think it's just a touch too modern for me. SC 60. Yep, early 90s. Yep, too modern for me. My era is 1975 to 1985, so touch too modern. That's what I thought. I could have a standard cab 60, which part of why I modeled that is I really enjoy standard cabs, but some of those early, you know, those EMD early wide cabs, super cool. Or wide noses, I guess, technically, because the cab is technically the same size. But, you know, that's just what we call them as whale fans. Just blend it all with a nice wedge brush here. Make sure that there's nothing excess on the locomotive. Or, locomotive, jeez. I am in locomotive mode, thanks to you, Dylan. On the rail cart. Oh, shush. Darn blood sugar. Kyle, good to see you. Welcome to the Train-A-Thon. Good to have you here, my friend. Hope you're having a good evening. I'm gonna drink a juice box here and then get back to my weathering job. I'm working on this Eastern Seaboard Models N-Scale Conrail boxcar to kick off the Train-A-Thon. We're gonna have I'm gonna do my weathering over the next hour, and then at 8 o'clock we're gonna swap over to Sam. He's going to do some scenery repairs on one of his modules, I believe. And then he's going to be doing that 8 to 10. 10 to 11 is going to be Danny and Billy over at the Rail Brothers doing their Stack Talk podcast live. Oh, I agree, Kyle, for sure. Oh, man. I've had a little bit of a rough week. I've come down with a little bit of a cold this week, and you know, it was a little rough to work through, but thankfully it seems like I'm on the upswing now today. Yesterday seems to have been the worst of it, but it was rough to work through. Yeah, for sure, Dylan. If you want to share it out there too, you could just send it over. You know, if you want to record a video or record anything, feel free to send it over to us. We can see about putting it up, at least highlights of it up on our channel to promote you as well. We try and promote as many of our community members as we can. So yeah, hopefully it goes well, and hopefully you guys enjoy it, Billy. Live can be a little intimidating, but once you get a handle on it, it's really pretty fun. You get, you know, live interaction with your community. And yeah, no rush, Dylan. Whenever, you know, if you want, and whenever you get around to it, and whenever your parts arrive and everything's ready. So let's go ahead and fade out the bottom a little bit. Never mind, let's not do that yet, because I just washed my brush off and I don't really want to rewash my brush. So we'll do that at the end. We'll worry about the underframes. So I am going to go ahead. Well, I guess first let's peel. No, let's not peel. So I'm going to go ahead and mask off these sections of green, dark green, because those don't get rusty. Nice, Dylan. Excuse me. Alright, so let's get some masking done. Try and just mask the dark green to the best of my ability. Oops. Alright, so I gotta cut that tape right there. Car sides is another neat thing that ESM does. Brian DeBlane at Eastern Seaboard does some really nice stuff. Some really great products. And for any of you N scalers out there who model the Northeast, Eastern Seaboard is a really good manufacturer. A little bit expensive, but that's because he does, you know, smaller runs of high quality cars. So in my opinion, they are worth it, and his wheel sets, phenomenal. As I slowly switch over to metal wheel sets, I think he's going to be the guy that I'm going with over Fox Valley, or certainly over Rapido. Rapido metal wheel sets have issues in N-Scale. They're good, but they just have tracking issues in my experience and in my friend's experience. So ESM is the way to go, and what I've experienced. Yeah, it's a company, Billy. They produce car sides, so you build the frame for the car basically, and then they sell all the detailed sides and everything that you can add on to your model. Although I can definitely see your confusion. Masking is both very frustrating and very satisfying to me. I hate and love to do it. I don't know if any of you all have that same love-hate relationship with masking, but for me it's so tedious, but also it's so satisfying to get those nice crisp edges. So it's like, it's worth doing right, though. It's absolutely worth doing right. No, he's building a geometry train for his modern day Santa Fe track geometry inspection train. So he ordered some passenger car sides specifically for the geometry train inspection car. It's certainly really fun, Hayden. It takes a little bit of practice to really get down, but it is something that is really fun, and in my opinion, it adds so much to a model railroad, because you go from just like, you know, plastic rail cars to all of a sudden now, not only does your layout tell a story, but your rail cars tell a story. That's what I love the most about weathering, is it helps to really build the world of the model railroad. If a rail car is beaten down and rusty and weathered down and whatever, it tells an inherent story of its time out on the railroad. And that's what I really love about it. I adore the storytelling aspect of this hobby. It's, you know, I mean, it's a big part of the reason why I decided to go freelance. Is I get to tell my own story. And, you know, I can build in whatever set I want, whatever actors I want, being, of course, the scenery and the rail cars and the road names and stuff like that. Ooh. Ooh, nice, Dylan. Let me find that. Let me pull that up. Book. Okay, open. Messages. Oh, by the way, since I just opened Facebook and it came up on my phone homepage, if any of you haven't seen the most recent Metro North Heritage Scheme, they did a beautiful job of recreating the green and gold New Haven paint scheme. It is very nice, and I am very excited to see it. Let me go ahead, copy image, we pop it in here. So this is what Dylan is working on. This looks like the Triclops and the AC6000, if I'm not mistaken. And you can tell me if that's wrong, Dylan. Add source. Come on. Work faster, computer. Okay, good. I do know my locomotives then. Good, good, good. But this is what Dylan has been working on. Come on, where is it? Alright, copy. Alright, we'll do it this way then. If it doesn't want to do it that way, we'll do it this way. We'll do this, that, close. Nope, it doesn't like that either. All right. I don't know. You know what? I'm gonna do it this way. This is dumb. Why am I doing it like this when I can just do this? New. Display capture. This is much easier to just do it like this. There's what Dylan's been working on. So the top there is the AC 6000, and the bottom there is the SD60M Triclops. Some really nice. I mean, you gotta love the war bonnet scheme. It's super nice, and he's done a really good job of adapting them to fit the shapes of the 60M and the AC 6000. So great work. Now back to masking tape. But yeah, those are gorgeous, Dylan. Well done. And yes, you gotta love technology. It's such a wonderful, wonderful thing, isn't it? Let's get that taped down. We'll probably, looking at the time here, we'll probably just wind up doing the one side here. That way Sam can get on, unless Sam needs a little more time, because I know he's dealing with some stuff right now. So if Sam needs a little more time, I can certainly keep weathering away. I'm more than happy to do that. But as long as he's ready to go at 8. We'll aim to just get one side of this rail car here done. Yeah, that's the wonderful thing about, okay, sounds good, Sam. Yep. Go for it, Billy. We'll see you around whenever you get back, and if not before then certainly at 10 p.m. Eastern. And Kyle and Dylan, that's the wonderful thing about freelancing, is that you get to kind of tell your own story. You don't have to worry about, oh, well, this is fantasy or whatever. The whole thing is fantasy, and you get to tell the story you want, which in Dylan's case is, yeah, well, the Santa Fe just didn't do that. They didn't merge with the BN. The BN and the Santa Fe or whatever, they decided it wasn't in their best interest to do the merger or whatever. The Santa Fe figured out a way to keep profitability despite being a smaller road, or however they worked it out. It doesn't really matter. What does matter is that that's what Dylan wants to model. And that's what he's doing. And that's what I love about the freelance side of the hobby. I love a really good prototype layout, though. Don't get me wrong about that. One of my favorite layouts is the Great Northern Kalispell division that Doug Dietrich has in N-Scale. And that's a 100% a prototype layout based on the Great Northern's Kalispell division, from Whitefish to across Montana. But I really enjoy the proto freelance and freelancing side of the hobby, because it allows you to do so many interesting things, create so many interesting scenarios and models, and that's what I think is so fun about it. Absolutely. There's just some things that you just love, and you can't explain it, and you can't change it, and you just need it, and you want it, and for you it's that. And I mean, Chessie Givos sound pretty great to me as well. I'd almost say I'd want some New Haven Givos if they made any, but it just feels wrong. It just feels wrong. I don't know. Something about it not being an Alco or not being a... No, I just couldn't imagine any of the New Haven schemes on a Givo. It just doesn't feel right. It doesn't fit right. I feel like the shapes are all wrong. But who knows? If I saw one, maybe I'd love it. Alright. Is this my wider reel? Yeah, that's the 3 mil. So take some more of the 3 mil. Got this side basically done. Cut it a little thinner. A little shorter, rather. Definitely time for me to replace this X-Acto blade. But no, come back. That I could see. That I've seen some pictures of someone photoshopped that online. The McGinnis scheme was alright. It looked pretty good. But the green and gold scheme, now that looked great on the ACS 64. I'm super glad that the new Metro North just released today from the paint shops in White Plains. Their latest heritage unit, which is a P32 ACDM in the green and gold scheme. I love the green and gold scheme. The only scheme that I like more than the green and gold is the orange with the white pinstripes. Ooh, just so classy. But I could definitely see a New Haven ACS 64. They are awesome. Well, hopefully they'll go to you for inspiration, Dylan. Yeah, I really appreciate when railroads do heritage schemes like that. It's just so neat to see railroads appreciating their history. Like, even the CSX ones, I know some people really don't like the CSX ones. I think it's a really neat take on the idea of a heritage unit. It adds some surprise and fun to, if you ever catch one. You go from, oh, it's just another normal freight train, to, ooh, look at that. And I think that's cool. We'll see what roads BNSF takes. Really? That is actually really awesome. That is awesome, man. Wow. I've really appreciated the Metro North ones, because they've done a really good job of reproducing the schemes and matching them to the shapes of the P-32s. The Lightning Stripes Central unit, the New York Central unit, looks amazing. I'm so glad that they went with the Lightning Stripes for the Central as one of their units, because it's really good. The Beach Ball unit is super fun too. But my favorites, well, before today, my favorites were the con around the Penn Central with the yellow nose, because they like really nailed the shapes and the proportions, I guess, of the yellow to blue ratio on the body of the locomotive and the front of the locomotive. Now, of course, it's the New Haven, because, you know, everyone's got their favorites, and for me, it's the old NH. But that would be super cool, Dylan. That would be super, super cool. Excuse me. Yeah, they've got the New Haven McGinnises. They actually, that wasn't those have been around for a long time. So I guess I just don't normally associate them with the heritage units, because those have been around for years now, years and years. Those were CT Dot took some of the units that they had ownership of and painted them up in the McGinnis. I think there are 4 or 5 of them. And those are really nice. They did a really good job recreating the McGinnis scheme as well. But as iconic as it is, it's actually not my favorite scheme. It's very bright and bold, but I think that the green and gold and the orange and black, or the orange and dark green, I guess, are just a little more classy, in my opinion. They're a little more refined. The McGinnis is a super nice scheme. Don't get me wrong. I love the McGinnis, but I don't love it as much as the other earlier schemes that they had prior to having Matter come in and do the redesign. I do like the McGinnis logo, though. The McGinnis era logo from Matter. The NH block letters, super nice. Whenever I have the money to buy locomotives specifically to do heritage units for my railroad, I'm going to be doing basically I think I'm going to be doing the green and orange scheme with the McGinnis era block letters. Oh, absolutely, Kyle. The stickers were, I mean, I saw the WM sticker unit one time, and I didn't even know that I had seen it for weeks afterwards. It wasn't until I was looking at one of the pictures I took of that train, and I was like, oh, there's something on the nose there. There's something on the side of the nose. What's going on with that? And then I finally realized what it was, and I was like, oh, that's cool. But until that very moment, it's just like, I don't know. The stickers were, I guess, a starting point, but they just weren't enough. And I personally have always enjoyed the CSX units because I think it's neat that they tried something different. But I totally also understand. I totally understand not liking them. Like the people who don't like them. I get it. Absolutely, Dylan. Oh my gosh, it's so, it makes you so broke. And it takes so much of your time making your own. Yeah, that's true, Kyle. The UP Heritage units are complete, like, foobies. They're well, not complete foobies, because, like, some of them are based on the actual schemes, but, like, especially, like, some of the most popular ones, the SP and the Rio Grande ones, those are just, like, complete, like, foobies made up of like combinations of other schemes, and people love them. The one thing I will say about CSX is they did not get their reference right early on. They did not get their reference right early on, that is for sure. With the Chessie logo being as small as it was, and the complete wrong font on the New York Central unit. Like, oh my gosh, that was pain. That one did pain me to see that they got the font so wrong. But then now apparently Scale Trains is doing all of the graphics for them, and Scale Trains takes pride in getting it right. So they've been a lot better since Scale Trains took over the graphics. But they someone got their font not quite right on the Central unit, and it was it's an interesting look, shall we say. Yeah, it's really, the Chessie one's not bad. The bad one is the Central one. The Chessie one's not bad. It's just, I know a lot of people got really mad at how small the logo was, and it's fine for me. I think it's fine. It's a little weird that it's smaller. Okay, cool, no problem, Sam. Sounds good. I think it's a little odd at how small the logo appears on the side of the locomotive, but I also understand the reasoning behind it. It was so that they got it to fit the same way that it did on the actual units of its era, I believe. Something with getting it under the radiator, I think. But the New York Central one is just it's a mess. The font is totally wrong. And that one I do sort of have an issue with. Like, come on, guys. You can do better than this. Okay. We are all masked up. And ready to move on to the grime and the rust and the grit and the gunk. Yeah, exactly, Kyle. And, yes, that was it, Sam. Thank you. And Hayden, I don't know if I have. I'm terrible at names, so I might, if I pull up the channel, I might be like, oh yeah, of course, them. But we'll see. Steven! Welcome in! Thanks for joining us for the Train-A-Thon. Welcome to the Train-A-Thon. It is good to have you here. I guess it's been about a half an hour since I last gave my spiel, so it's time. We are raising money this week. We are doing some work on, right now I'm doing some work on weathering this boxcar, but we are going to be live basically for the next at this point 23 hours. We are 22 and a half hours. We are raising money for the Children's Hospital of Philadelphia. We have the link down below, as well as the QR code right beneath my face, and the link shared in the stream chat pinned there to our fundraiser. We're raising money for them, as well as doing some work to, celebrate our 1-year anniversary of a community. So we're hanging out. I'm doing some weathering, then we'll pass it over to Sam in about half an hour, and keep going from there. So welcome in. Glad to have you. Dylan, I agree. The B&O unit is gorgeous. I do airbrush. I do. Dylan, I have actually right here. I've got my Pache dual action airbrush. I do some weathering airbrushing. Excuse me. I do some airbrush weathering. It's just hard to do on stream because I don't really have an airbrush booth. It's Pache, not Iwata. It's just what I got when I was first getting into it. I actually got it as as part of my package that students of architecture were all recommended to buy their first year of school. So that was nice. And then I got a compressor for myself and stuff. So, but I use that for all my painting stuff for the most part. My weathering though, it's hard to do that when I'm on stream because I don't really have a airbrush booth. My airbrush booth is basically a cardboard box that I put in the window. So, not exactly easily streamable. So it doesn't make appearance on stream pretty much ever. But I do use it to, that's my third way of fading between, my 3 ways of fading paint colors are with the white oil paint, which is what I did here, with white powder, and with a light gray or white pass with the airbrush. Yeah. Someday, when I have the space, time, money, etc., I'll set up an actual proper booth, but not yet. Not yet. Alright, where's my other... There's the brush that I was going to use for the powders. We're going to start off with the powders. Are we going to start off with the powders? Or are we going to start off with the rust spots? Maybe we'll start off with our rust spots. Maybe we'll start off with the rust spots. I think we'll start off with the rust spots. Do you think we should start off with the rust spots? I think we should start off with the rust spots. I'm going to start off with the rust spots and stop talking insanely fast. Every now and again, my New York will really come out in the speed at which I talk and the, amount of accent that I have. And sometimes both. So, I guess I apologize for that, but sometimes I just can't help it. Being a Italian-American New York ADHD person, it's bound to happen. Okay, where'd that little brush go? There it is. So we're going to... Yeah, exactly, Kyle. I forgot for a minute that I was going to do the rust spots, but I want to do the rust spots first for sure. So let's mix up a little bit, just a small amount of light rust, and then we'll do the oil for the dark rust. Dylan. A little bit of that. And then a little bit of this. And then we'll toss a little bit, just a touch of this in as well. And then we will mix it all up with this. No, that's more of a. Use this one. Blend, blend, blend. There we go. Yeah, I have gotten very good at eyeballing proportions for rust colors. Very, very good. For light rust there. So there's your light rust color. Just simple as that. Add a little bit more water into this to rinse off the brush. So I'm not really going to be using this brush. This brush is too big for paint for N scale. So I'm applying a wash. So where did it go? This brush. Okay. And now I'm just going to kind of go around and put little rust dots everywhere. Once I remove this, I'm going to add some rust dots underneath as well. So I'm just going to ignore that for now. That's pretty good. Let me bring the camera in a little closer here so you can actually see what I'm doing, since I'm doing real fine work here. There we go. Now you can actually see the rust that I'm putting on this car. Not really a ton on the door, which is interesting, so we will ignore the door for now. Well, we'll put a little bit down here. Yeah, not a ton of spots on the door, so we won't really put any on the door. We'll jump across to here. Start getting those spots built in again. Oh, this is, whoops, that's the one that had the oil paint on it. This is the one that I wanted. Just pull some light streaks down. Then get back to the dots. That's pretty good. Okay, good, good. So now we'll go ahead and grab this. Put dark rust in the center of all of these dots. to really kind of bring out the contrast there and blow it. Really bring it out. There we go. This is always my favorite part because all of a sudden the car just really starts to pop once you add in the dark rust. Especially on a lightly colored car like this. Oh man, looks so good. It looks a little odd right now because there's no, it's not really blended into the side as a car yet. Sounds good, Kyle. Thanks for stopping in for a while. And like I said, we'll be live for the next 24 hours or 22 and something hours, whatever. And you can always jump back in later tonight or tomorrow. And we'll also be around afterwards. We'll have the video or the live stream saved to the channel, so you can always jump back in and scrub through and see what happened. So thanks for tuning in, man. And have a good one. See you around. Excuse me. Okay, really getting there now. Where did that hair come from? Go away. Alright, that looks pretty good to me. Alright. So, do now, just real quick. Pull everything down a little bit to add some light streaking, which is why I use the oil paint there, because it looks oh so good with that light streaks coming down. That is beautiful. Ugly, but beautiful in its own way. And now, we'll let that sit for just a minute as I move stuff around so I can get ready for the powders. And hopefully let the oils cure just a little bit. Let's see, what's the fundraiser up to now while we're up to 150. Awesome. Thank you guys so much for donating, all your donations. It means a ton. For anyone who's joined since I last blabbered on about it, we are doing a 24-hour live stream here. I'm just the first person to join in. I'm going to be finishing up my weathering on this side of this car, and then we'll take a short break and we'll hop over with Sam and do some scenery work with him and keep going from there. But we are doing a 24-hour live stream to celebrate our 1-year anniversary as the Model Train People community, as we started mid-February last year. And in order to celebrate that, we are fundraising for the Children's Hospital of Philadelphia. A lot of our members are based in the greater Philly area, or at least a good number of them are. And so we decided that for our first anniversary, we are going to be raising money for them. So the QR code that is directly below me and my little camera here, the pinned link at the top of the stream chat, and the link that is in the description are all ways to get to the same donation link. And as much or as little as you can offer, it's all appreciated by CHOP. It's going there to help them with all the great work they do to care for kids and help treat children going through all manner of things. So thank you so much for all the donations that you've given us already. $150 in less than 2 hours is awesome. Thank you all so much. And yeah, let's get back to finishing this job up here. So we're going to do a couple different coats of powders here. Let's see, have these cured enough? Yeah, that's probably good enough. Alright, so let's go ahead. This brush is the one I was going to use. So I'm going to load up a little bit of this powder on here. And just kind of excuse me, get it all coated on. Oh, I love what weathering powders can do. So awesome. Yeah, Sam. I mean, powders are a great way to start because they're super easy to use, and if you don't like it, you can always just wipe it off with a damp paper towel. So if you want to try starting off with some stuff, powders are a great place to start. But oh man, that looks great. And that's only the first pass. Alright, let's get the cap back on that way I don't knock it over and get powder everywhere. Alright, now we will put the dark rust on next. The doors on this car do not open. This is a plug door box car, so the door pops out and then slides along the rail on the prototype. So this door does not open, unfortunately. I do have some, but that opens, but not any of the plug doors. Safe Tran, welcome to the stream. Yeah, for sure. Starting off light is definitely the way to go. It's super easy to do heavy weathering, it's very difficult to do light weathering, but light weathering is typically a lot more prototypical. This car, as you can see in the prototype photo, is beaten to heck. But, let's see, do I have any light weathering cars sitting on my desk here somewhere? Not really. Well, this car. This car is going to get a little bit more work done to it. But that's a pretty good example of some of my light weathering work. But it's a process. It's a learning process for sure. You know, it's taken me years and years to get to the level of experience that I have. So don't get too discouraged if you don't get the effects you're looking for right away. It's all a learning process. So, but I hope you enjoy the process, man. Right, now we're gonna wipe off a lot of that. Okay, and then we'll do a little bit of light rust for our third coat, and then we'll go back to the brown again for the final coat, I think. So I'm using, I am using Bragdon Enterprises powders. Safe Trend. That's the what I've got, and they stick really nicely because it's super fine powder. But you can also you could use as simple as taking some artist pastel sticks and shaving those down. The only issue with that is you won't get quite as fine of a particulate, so they won't stick quite as easily. And Sam, typically I will use paints to get the ribs, and I kind of forgot to do that, so we're going to see how I can do that. And the reason that they're really not picking up much is because there's not much flat surface for the powders to sit on. The powders much prefer sitting on a flat surface, so I might try and go back and just very carefully hit it with some rusty paint. But we're going to see how things go. And I should have also taken the wheels out, and I forgot to. But that's okay. I'll clean those off. Alright, let's hit it one last time with this brown. Yeah, I can't wait for the masking to come off. We're gonna do this last coat of powder here, and then take off the masking, and I can't wait to see how this looks. Alright, so there's that. I'm gonna try and just carefully hit just the ribs here with a little bit of paint, and then go over with the one last time with the powder, and hopefully the paint will stick. Well, give the powder a little something to stick to. all these ribs. I'm gonna bring my paint actually over here, that way I'm not reaching through the camera tripod to get to it. And then we'll wrap up by taking off all of this masking tape and revealing the final product. And then Sam, we'll take a like 5-minute break and jump over to you. And we're gonna take a 5-minute break so I can set up the call with you and grab a little bit of a snack, because I haven't had dinner yet. Hit it with one last blast of powder. There we go. All right. Let's take this tape off and let's see the final product. There we go. Awesome. This is looking good. Sam, awesome. Good to hear. I will be joining you in just a minute here. But, oh boy, does this look good. Oh man, and the, yes, yes, yes. It did exactly what I wanted with the ghosting. Excuse me. There, and these last two numbers, I got the ghosting exactly how I wanted it, which is super awesome. And there we have it. That looks great. I am super happy with that. If you look here, let me just real quick do this, and then we'll jump over to you, Sam. So here's the prototype image. Let me try and match this camera angle here. There's my car. I am super, super happy with that. I'm especially happy with, if you look around the numbers here, you've got that like rectangle where the stencil would have been. And if you look at the prototype image, you can kind of see that around those numbers, so. Sorry about that, my blood sugar alarm went off again. Guess it's time for dinner, but yeah, so there is my car. I'm super happy with that. I'm gonna continue that car all the way around over the next couple days, and I'll be sure to share it out on all my socials. But we're gonna jump to Sam in a minute here, but I'm gonna jump to our be right back screen for just a second, and we'll be back in a few. And we are back. So this here is Sam. Sam
Hello.
he's got a YouTube channel which is the Cell Phone Rail Fan if you want to check out his rail fanning stuff. But he's going to be doing some work on a module tonight. So Sam, if you want to go ahead and start telling us a little bit about your module and the scenery work you're doing and the photos that I've got up on the stream here.
So this is a double wide T-track module that I made myself out of 1x3s and 1/4 inch plywood. I had made this one along with a couple others back in 2023. And right around the time when I finished them, I was trying to figure out what am I going to do with these. And the Telaclyn Railway over in Wales announced their Audrey extravaganza, and that they were going to have a competition where people could create modules from the Reverend Audrey's Railway series or Thomas Tank Engine books. And so I'm like, okay, that's something I can work with. Now I just need to find a picture in those books that has a double track main line. I could add a siding wherever needed and go from there. And what I ended up doing, what I found was in the book Troublesome Engines, story Percy Runs Away, there's these two photos or paintings of Percy running past a signal box along the shore and crashing into a berm. And I was looking at these and I'm like, you know what? That's a perfect option too. So I went to work, and in about the course of probably 2 weeks, I managed to get all the scenery and everything and all the track work done. And you can show those photos of the final result as it
There's
was.
those two images there of showing off the just like in the book you just showed.
Yep. So after a while, I had it just sitting out, and the little signal man that I had here, I think my cat ate him or something, because one day he just disappeared and I never saw him again. And the trees, especially these birch trees, started just falling out of the scenery where I had. And I realized that I had not secured these trees properly. I had just put the ground turf directly onto the plywood and then put grass on top of that. So these trees really didn't have anywhere to anchor into, despite the fact that I was super gluing them into place. So, and then also, of course, the building, the signal tower, kind of broke loose. But for me, I'm not too worried about that because I can always just pull the building off and put it back on. But for a few other things, these hedges were pre-made. I picked them up from Hobby Lobby, and I scraped them up a little bit and rolled them in fresh turf to give them that look. The berm is literally just a pile of this ground sand all piled up into one thing. And the fence line along here, that's all made out of toothpicks.
Nice.
Each like 2 to 3 pull section they're each individual sections that I ended up gluing together. Same with the little fence railing right here for the road crossing to get to the signal box. And then the telephone lines are just regular ones that I had laying around in a box.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, so I'm gonna be ripping up this grass scenery here and here to go fix the trees that are in each of the sections. And if anyone has any questions or anything in the process, leave them in the comments, and I'll do my best to look over and make sure I'm reading those. So fortunately, I will say, despite the screws showing through, I think my work on the water for the shoreline actually came out really, really well.
Yeah.
But given the fact that this is a whole T-track module. But in the angles that I had in those photos, it really does give that look of exactly how it is in the illustrations. I don't think I could have had a better group of illustrations to base this module off of. And who knows, maybe someday I'll just create the entire island of Sodor in T-Track.
There you go.
So,
Nice.
anyway.
Alright, I'm gonna pop off for just a minute here so I can go get some food. But yeah, like Sam said, if anyone's got any questions, you got a couple comments there saying congratulating you on your work. But Sam will be in the chat here, keeping an eye on things, so feel free to ask and comment all away. So I'll be back in a few minutes to keep chatting away. But Sam, have at it.
All right, thank you much. And also, thank you, Klondike and Hayden, for your wonderful comments. So, and I'll be honest, I'm nervous about this too, because I don't think anyone ever wants to have to tear up scenery after they've done it. But given the fact that Jimmy from DIY and Digital has done that as well, and shown the entire process of tearing down his layout in one video, it's like, okay, maybe I can do this. So what I'm going to do in particular, after I get all of this up, I've got this bag of Das wood Italian modeling clay. I tried to go with this wood color because to me, it felt like this was the best color to represent ground turf, and all the other colors they had there were either too dark or too red for me. So we'll be using a little bit of this to kind of make a bit of a hill right in where the trees are going to go. So without further ado, here we go. If the fences come off, I can always re-glue them back in place. There goes all that ground turf. Try to get some of the underground earth broken up a little bit. There we go. Yep, that's true. No turning back. If I can up a little groove right there. That should work. I must have put down a lot more glue than I thought in this. This is literally like chiseling away at a rock. Oh. Rock slide. This'll work. Go. And good one. Get some of this stuff out of the way. Well, getting in my face there. All right. That right there does seem like a good amount. That should be enough at least to give me a lineup and give me a little bit of a base where I can put the trees, because the trees aren't going to go all the way from here to the edge of the grass area that I had here. They're just going to be kind of in one little clump based on the illustration. So I might scrape away a little more here just because. All right, there we go. I'll be sweeping that up later. So, all part of the process. You'll make a mess when you're doing this stuff. No questions asked. So now, this is actually the first time I've used any of this modeling clay stuff. So, we shall see how it works. Got a little bit of water here so I can wet my fingers and work it in my hands. Soften this clay up a little bit. Yeah, that's actually a really good contrast color for this stuff. Get some down in there. It's actually probably a good idea that I left some of the original sand turf in, because then it'll have a little bit of something to grip into once it hardens. So that's probably a good thing altogether. A little more back in there. We need a little more water. A little more water just to loosen this up and make it a little more malleable. Yeah, actually, my face will be showing on the episode 5 of the Model Train People podcast. I was featured again on there just as like a person to sit back and add a little extra commentary in that. So you will see my face there as well. All right, that seems a bit good. Come on, get down in there. I want to really press it down just to make sure that it's gonna stay in place. So gonna get a little more clay here, a little more water, just to add a little more into this hill here. All right. That's the nice thing about clay, is it's very malleable and easy to shape, unlike when you're using things like paper mache. Usually you have to form the hill out of some sort of framing and then put that over it. I mean, once that's there, you really don't have as much ways of adjusting it once it's laid down. So the clay, it really does give you the opportunity to shape it however you want. It's just you're only going to want to use a very, very small amount in small places, kind of like these hills right here, because, well, you can't have the whole thing in clay. That just wouldn't be reasonable. But so I think that is about good. I'll get a little more water here, kind of melt it in to the edge of the grass and sand here. Da-da. All right, that looks about good. To brush it once more with a little more water. And the main reason I'm doing that is because I'm going to be I want to keep this wet for a little bit. Because I'm going to need to still put the trees in, but I need to put the grass on top of this first. So if I keep this clay wet, it'll still be wet by the time I get all the grass put on it and I'm ready to put these trees back in. So let me come back over here, find the bottle of grass spray. Yeah, Hayden, T-Track is really, really convenient. I actually learned about it back when I was still living up in Michigan, because I was part of the Blue Water N-Track Model Railroad Club, which is now the Blue Water International Model Railroad Club. And they were starting out with T-Track, and I found out about them, and I'm like, that is super, super cool. And me living in a small space, T-Track kind of allows it to be a really easy way of fitting a lot in a small space. I'm actually, this 2x4 plus the extension off here, this is my newest layout. I call it my first official layout, and I've actually got it designed. It's basically working like a British model railroad, where the trains will come off on one side, they can do their loops, drop off, whatever, and then go off on the other track around the back. And each of this track and that track are isolated in the staging yard. And I have it so that one track from each of those sides can go down and they can connect to a T-Track module, so that I could take this whole layout with me wherever I want that has T-Track, just pop it onto the end of a T-Track display, and people can have their trains come on and off no problem. It adds a lot more variety to it and allows me to have my operations at the same time that other people are just running trains. So, got my trusty glue water mixture here. Make sure it's good shooken up, because I don't need any issues with this. And this is this was a mix of turf that I had made. It's got I believe 2 different shades of green and also a tiny bit of yellow mixed in with it. You can kind of see it on some of the other stuff. But to me, doing custom mixtures of grass is a lot better than just buying the plain stuff overall. So I'm just gonna go in and spread this grass on here. That's fine. A little more. Go. A little more right here and here. I don't know why, but doing this just makes me feel like a 3D version of Bob Ross. I mean, both me and him are he's from Indiana. I live in Indiana, so I guess it's kind of the same thing. Do I have a paintbrush anywhere? Paintbrush might help a little bit. This scenery box is a mess. Need to clean it up. That's my bad. Yeah, that's one lesson. Always keep your stuff organized, no matter what. Yeah, using that paintbrush definitely helps a little bit. Okay. Gonna switch from the big opens to the little smaller holes so I can get a little bit more precise with it. Ah, there we go. Spread it out a little bit more right here. That actually does look really, really good to me. Get some more back up off the sand off the beach here. Maybe make it look like you've got sand that's been blowing in, or there's grass growing up around the sand and not just inside of the dirt, because grass can grow in sandy places. I've seen plenty on the shores of Lake Huron where I grew up. You've got grass growing up in the sand, so having a little bit of that doesn't hurt at all. Bring that back up there. Let's see here. Up. That looks about right for me. Now, unfortunately, I could not find my little spray bottle, my little perfume bottle for IPA. Instead, I've just got this little dropper of IPA. So I'll just go in here and just drip a little bit of IPA on if this will work. Why is this not working? Oh, no wonder. Someone put a seal inside of my cat bottle. So, all right, come on out. What do I need to do to get you out? Technical difficulties, please stand by. There we go. I don't know how that got in there. I guess it was always in there and just never got taken out. My bad. That's why it's always handy to have these little Harbor Freight pick sets around. They can get into very small places. Now I'm just going to go in. I'm just going to lightly squirt this with IPA. And IPA, or isopropyl alcohol, it's designed to help break up the surface tension so that when you go and spray the glue, it doesn't just bead up on contact, because it tends to do that. And I might still get some like that on here because I'm not getting it everywhere. This little dropper bottle is not exactly the most precise and just likes to leave it there. So now, one final shake, make sure it's good. Right, and there we go. Yeah, and you can see right there, it actually just sprayed a huge amount back up. So I'm going to go back in with the paintbrush, put that back in. I will bring this back a little bit more. Come on. A little more there. There we go. Pretty much just the right amount I need. I need to go its head. Come on. There we go. Come on. That's enough. Spray strip. There it goes. There we go. Just spray all that glue mixture in. Get that all nice and soaked. And you might notice there's a little bit of white coloration in here, and that will disappear. And I'll actually come over this, now that that's done, I will actually come over this with one light light coating of grass just to kind of cover it up. And since there's already some grass, or there's already the glue in there, any of it, the glue that it makes contact with, it'll stick to that pretty well. So in there, just like that, and I barely even know it's wet. So now, got these trees. I'm not, if you might notice, you can really see on this side of the tree how you can see all the branches and everything. But on this side, if you turn around the other way, then all the leaves and branches are there, and it looks like it's really good, like a really good tree. So I'm going to make sure that I'm aiming this towards the track, because this side is where the people are going to be staring at. I'm just going to go in, stab that into the hill, and it stays in place. And I'm actually going to go back to the book a little bit and double check and make sure that I'm kind of getting these placed out just the way I want. So, and they're not too much. It looks more like they're just clustered in there, so it should be just right. So yeah, so then yes, hey, welcome back. You missed me tear up this whole hill and rebuild it. So I just got the new turf on, and now I am replanting the birch trees. And what I'm doing right now, once I get them in, I'm kind of giving the hill a little bit of an extra smush, just to kind of press that clay back in place. Actually, not that. So, yeah. Okay. All right. All right. Well, technical difficulties. Please stand by yet again. Yep. Model Railroad Gremlin strike again, this time in digital form. Yep. So, all right. We'll be back. I can wait until we get this fixed to continue. I don't want people to miss anything. All right. Finger Lakes Railway. Wow. We were just hearing him on the on ATLP. All right. Yes, I enjoyed that. It's always interesting to see people do that. Yes. Alrighty. Um, and start my video again. Yay. Yay! Dennis, the tech expert. Yeah, that's fine. Yeah. So, all right. I know that these trees are a little loose, but I know that they're gonna, yeah, it'll harden up for a bit. I just want to break them up a little bit, and I'm kind of going back and forth, but I actually want to do one other thing. I'm gonna have one more tree kind of back here, so the both of them are kind of together because tree groves are never, unless they're precisely planted, they're never going to be perfectly in a matched row or
Yeah.
anything. And based on the images I have, it does not look like that at all. So this one has a huge chunk of super glued grass turf on it. So I think I'm gonna do, and I can pour this over my. Oh, oops, hold on 1 second. Somebody's at the door. Um, Come in. Ah, thank you. I need that.
Yeah.
All right, thank you. I
Special
appreciate it.
delivery.
Yes. All right. So I'm going to, I know you can't see it directly on camera, but I've got a cup of water down here. I'm going to pour this IPA onto this little bit and go into the cup. Tiny, tiny bit of the IPA in there isn't going to hurt at all
Yeah.
for me to, because this is what I'm going to use to wash the clay and everything. So
Yeah.
that should
It's
not
gonna
be
be
a
so
problem.
dilute that it's not an issue.
Yeah. But yeah, this stuff, it's not going to be a problem. Actually, I will say this. Down at the bottom, some of the white paint on these wire trees is actually starting to come off a little bit, but that adds texture to it. Because if you've ever looked at a birch tree, I don't think any single birch tree is solid white. They usually have some
Yeah, some brown
sort of,
splotches and
yeah, some sort of brown splotch of some sort. It's not wanting to come off anymore, so I might just have to make do with it as is.
well, what you could
Dig
always
into the-
do is you could trim the very bottom, I suppose,
Yeah,
with your
actually,
nippers.
I could do that.
It's
Yeah,
just a slightly shorter tree.
yeah, no trees are the same height. So, there it is. Alrighty.
Now it's a
Then
little
we
easier for you
will
to plant.
go there, come a little more to the front towards the tracks. Get that real good break up. Alright, I need to come back in a little bit, but no, actually no. I noticed some of the grass is starting to disperse here, but then again, underneath of a tree grove, it is not uncommon for grass to kind of break up in a way,
Yeah.
and have splotches where it's not growing anymore. Especially even on a sandy beach, even though, as I mentioned a little bit ago, sand and grass can be grown together.
Mm-hmm.
This one right here. Let's get that real pressed in there. Then got one final tree here, the last of 7. Actually gonna fix this branch a little bit. Make that one look a little bit taller. And I will stab that right there. Stabbing trees into a hill. Bam, happy little trees. Right. There. Get there. Make sure you're all nice and snug and happy. And And there we go for that. So those are good. And I'm going to be letting this clay sit for a while, and it'll dry up, and these trees should be nice and solid in here once that is done. Now, I will take this module, turn it around to the other side, so that I've worked on the birch trees. Now it's time to go work on the Scotch pines. Now, these 3 trees, they actually stayed pretty well into the ground here. I guess I did a good job, but this one, obviously, which was sitting right here, not so much. So what I'm going to do, I'll break off a little bit of this grass. I'm not going to be doing as much tear up, but I am going to do some tear up just so that I can get a little more clay in here and give me a little more space to work with and push that tree in. I'm not going to be tearing up nearly as much on this. Use this brush to pull away some of that extra stuff. Actually helps out a little bit. Oh, careful of that, but see them. No, hey, there's a screw there. I can't chisel the layer anymore.
That would make chiseling difficult.
Yeah, no kidding. I'm just hoping none of this is going into my root beer. I don't need that. I don't need sandy root beer. Root beer is great at beach picnics, but not when you get sand in it. I can prove that for a fact because of my experiences. All right. Get all that brushed out. Oops, I'm using the wrong end of this.
I hate it when I do that.
I go to start brushing and I'm using this end instead of the brush end.
I hate it when that happens. I do that all the time with all sorts, like, I'll go to, like, oh man, so funny.
Well, at least it's not as bad as my buddy who went to go smoke a cigarette and he let the filter.
You lit the filter.
And grabbed the tobacco end.
Oh man.
But that's another lesson of kids don't smoke.
Yeah. Dylan, welcome back to the stream. Good to have you back.
Hey.
And looks like Hayden's a fan of root beer as well.
Yeah. Alright, so that should be good. Actually, no. I'll push it back a little more. Go back this way a little. Okay. Alright. Break up some of that sand. Alrighty.
Ooh,
And
yeah,
we
Dylan.
have hit wood. Yay.
Yeah, Dylan, that sounds like a painful forget.
Oh.
Yikes.
Yeah, I've witnessed those before. My dad is a college professor teaching electronics and robotics and mechatronics and all that stuff. So early on, he invited me to some of his soldering classes, which is where I learned all my soldering and electronic skills. And I remember in one of the classes, one of the students went in, grabbed it at the wrong end, and burned themselves pretty good. So, all right.
Nah,
Good stuff.
no good at all. And
No.
Paul, I do love me a good cream soda. For me, it's all dependent on how I'm feeling, really, Paul. Cream soda, root beer, both great.
I will say this. I'm actually a little partial, and some people may not know about this one. Actually a little partial to Vernors. And for people who don't know what Vernors is, if you're not from the Midwest, the best way I can describe it is a cross between a cream soda and a ginger ale. That's the best
Ooh,
way I can describe it.
that does sound really good.
Yeah. Faygo also has their own brand called Faygo Gold. But again, I've only ever been able to find it in the Midwest. Even getting down here in my area of Indiana, it's still a little hard, but that's probably just because Faygo is a Detroit-based company.
Ah, yep. So the further
Yeah.
from Detroit you get, the harder it is to
Well,
find.
both Faygo and Vernors, actually. Both of them are Detroit-based companies.
Yep.
But if you live near a Meyer, you should be able to find that relatively easily. I've been able to find it at Schnucks, which is a St. Louis-based grocery chain. And I've seen it at some Kroger's, but for Kroger, it's a lot more, how do you put it? Regionalized even then.
Mm-hmm.
So, but yeah, Verner's, highly, highly recommend. One of my first friends here, I introduced him to it, and he's addicted now.
Yeah, I
But
know.
yeah,
For Paul and I'm sure. Oh, certainly for me, and I assume for Paul, the go-to brand for those kind of more craft sodas is got to be Saranac. Saranac root beer, Saranac birch beer, Saranac cream soda, Saranac orange soda. Delicious
yeah,
stuff.
I'm also on the edge of a brand. I'm on the edge of two brands actually. One of them is called Ski, which is the best way to describe that is it's another version of Mountain Dew. And then the other one, the very popular one, is Cheerwine. So those ones are all pretty good. Cheerwine, I'd say, is the best way to describe that one. It's a cherry Coke.
Ah, nice.
All right, so
Yeah, Dylan, Mexico Coke, real good.
Say what?
Dylan is complimenting the qualities of Mexican Coke, which of course is amazing because they use the actual cane sugar.
Yeah. Well, at least they don't use the original ingredient in Coca-Cola, which gave it its name.
Yeah. Yeah.
So, all right. So that I'd say is pretty good. I think I've got a leg that's too low here. I need to adjust that out a little bit. Come on. Nope, I can't get it. It's in too hard. Oh, there it goes. All right, let's see how that goes. Much better, much more stable. Sometimes you just need to adjust the speed out a tiny bit. But... All right, time to go in with the brand. Because this portion is a lot smaller than the other portion, I'm using the smaller holes. So that should be enough right there. Go in with my IPA. Squirt that all down, moisten it up real good. And yes, saying with the word moist was intentional. I don't care. All right. Then And glue. Really soak it up. I don't think you could ever really use too much glue mixture. I mean, I'm sure you could if you dumped a gallon on it, but it's
Yeah,
not.
I think the
It's
only
not
way to
gonna.
use too much is when you're
Say
starting
what?
to wash away the grass with the glue. Then you might be using too much, maybe.
Yeah. Okay. Then just give it that extra little bit. Now, one final thing is on this tree, I actually had a couple of pieces of the tree fall off. So what I'm gonna need to do, where is that other bottle? Here. Where are you? I saw you in there dancing ready. Ah, there you are. So I've got this Elmer's purple glue. Goes on purple, dries clear.
Mm.
And I'm actually going to put that on the branches here where I want this foam turf. I'll spread it around a little bit. Then I'll take this tuft here and just slide it on, squish it on real good. This
Nice.
piece is loose, so we'll go in and
Just
put a little,
reapply.
yep, just put a little dab on. Spread it around with my finger, grab the tuft, and pop it back on. The nice thing about Scotch pines is they're not hard to get wrong because they've got a lot of broken off and what look like dead branches, but they're not. Fortunately, I've got the bag here of all the rest of the chunks of turf from this Walther or Woodland Scenics kit, so I can grab a little more if I need. That chunk's too big. That chunk's too small. And where's the just right? Let's no, 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 no. Yeah, this one will work. I'll just get a little bit more glue on that top branch there. Spread it out. Pop that up. Oh, nope, nope. Didn't go on all the way. Come on. Come on. Go in. Those should stay in place for a bit. I hope. All right. Actually, I'm noticing on one of these trees another branch that had broken off, so I'm going to go in with some glue before I put this fourth tree in here. Go in there, grab another clump, and actually I'll break this one up a little bit, and then just stab it on there. Doing some model stabbing to make happy little trees. A little more right here on this one. Get that one nice. Grab the tuft. Break off a piece there. And just go. There we go. That one final one I see here. Just stab it on. That's the nice thing about some of these Woodland Scenics turfs is they actually are pretty good when it comes to being in clumps so that you can just stab it and not have to worry.
Yeah.
So, all right. Now we are going to stab this tree in place. Get our hole here.
Dylan sounds awesome. I always love me some good telephone poles on the layout. And Ed, welcome. Glad you could sneak on in during your break. It's always good to see you around.
Yeah, the telephone poles on this, as I mentioned earlier, for people that are just now joining, These three came, I think, out of a lifelike set.
Mm-hmm.
But the fences here are all, and the gate here are all made out of toothpicks. And those I was actually very, very happy with how those came out. I'm going to add a little more grass turf right here. I notice it's coming off. There we go. Go press that in there. Come on. Push some more clay back in. Don't want it to look too much like I've mounted it up around the tree. But it's not unheard of for grass to grow up around the base of a tree. So that, I would say, it's about good. Now I'm looking here. I might actually want to do a little bit of sand repair here. I know the trees are kind of blocking right here, but I've got some sand here that's coming up a little bit. So let's see, where is... I had a thing of that. Yep, there it is. And this is the Woodland Scenics Buffed Fine Ballast, which is more of the sand color. So what I'm gonna do here, I'm actually gonna, hello. I'm gonna spritz this area with a little bit of glue to start with. Get that off the water, just so that it has a little extra stick to go. Then go in with the sand there, grab the paintbrush, and spread that sand out to where I want it and where I think it'll look nice. Definitely get all that sand off the water because that doesn't look realistic at all.
Welcome back, Billy, and I am pleased to announce that we have reached the $200 on our
Yay!
fundraiser. So for those of you who have joined and are unaware, the reason that we are live today and for the next 21 hours, that's how math works. We are celebrating the 1-year anniversary of the Model Train People as a community. And part of how we are celebrating that is by raising some money for the Children's Hospital of Philadelphia. So the QR code that you see on screen, the link that is pinned to the top of the live stream chat, or the link in the description are all great ways to get right to the donation page if you are able to. Any and all donations are appreciated and welcomed. They all go to a great cause. They're all going to Children's Hospital Philadelphia, helping them to, have the money to treat and care for the children that are in their care. So, thanks for 200, and let's keep going.
Yeah. Dylan, to answer your question, yes, I've heard about Arizona Rock, and yes, I have used them. My good buddy Will, he uses that on his layout all the time, and that stuff is absolutely amazing, the quality. But for me, just for some of this other stuff where I was needing to get it and I already have it, and it was gonna be real quick, it's like, you know what? This Woodland Scenics stuff should be fine. So I've gone in, as far as I know, I've gotten, get that out there, get some of those grass puffs out. Actually, you need some of that there. All right, so go in with the IPA, soak the sand. Now, for those of you who are just joining, don't know what IPA is, that's isopropyl alcohol, and it's basically the best way to describe it is it breaks up the surface tension of the glue water that I use and spray on here. I cannot remember what the concentration of glue to water this mixture is. This is my buddy Will's mixture, but it comes in pretty handy, and It keeps everything in place generally. So get it in, get that sand soaked again. That should be a good amount. Then come back in with a little more sand just to top it. There we go. It almost looks like yeast, but I know it's not. It's got the exact same shape and texture as yeast. But, and that's not meant to disgust anyone. I'm just making an observation.
Yep.
But for the
And,
most part, yeah.
Billy, that sounds expensive. Said, "Oops, used India Pale Ale."
Oh boy.
That sounds expensive and sticky.
Yeah. Yep, that it does. Alright, so that clay, I can't remember, does it say on the package how long it takes this stuff to dry? All of this is in Italian. I don't speak Italian. It's all Greek to me. Like, literally, the whole thing is in Italian. Where's the English on here? Or does it even English? Oh, no, that's not anything for that. Okay, looks like slow drying, 24 hours to 7 days. All right, that's fair enough. But what I'm gonna do is, unfortunately, this clay comes with a resealable tape, so I'm gonna reseal that almost like in the shape of a Christmas present. Use this tape, come across here, and hold it in place. And then I'm gonna put it in a Ziploc bag. Okay, and I just closed the bag, it was already open. That should work pretty well to keep that clay in a state where I can use it again. And that's the main point. You want to try and save everything that you can and use it as much as possible.
Mm-hmm.
I've got more, so let's do it. So the building here, this was a who was it? I want to say Pico kit.
Nice.
And this was this was my first time building a kit. The hardest part of all was the stairs. Like, you could probably see those stairs look like they came out of some bad artwork or something. They are not straight at all. I have no idea how I was supposed to get them straightened up. But for the most part, the building sits right here in this slot right in front of the bridge. And right, like I said earlier, I'm okay with it staying loose. This tree's starting to tip. Let me get back in here, push that back into place. There we go. And that tree's starting to tip too. Yeah, these trees might tip a little bit. I'm not too worried about it. Not all trees grow up exactly straight, but I still want to keep my trees generally straight. But yeah, so that's in and of itself is the module now that it is more or less fixed. And of course, the old adage, clean up as you go.
Oh, of course.
Always keep your place clean and neat. I can put that back in here. And I'll be cleaning up all of this detritus from the chiseling later on. I wish I had the actual sand. This one's a bit darker, but I don't think it's going to be too much of a problem. So overall, I think that is the module. I couldn't find the Percy. I didn't want to go digging for it on stream to find it. Most part, I'd say that's pretty good. Now, what time is it? It's 8:13. So we've got what? We got about
45.
45 minutes left.
And this is a perfect time because I just got the notification that the Zoom room is running out of time again. And it's a 40-minute window, so if you
Okay.
want to figure out what we want to do next, whether it's you want to work on something else or whatever, we got 45 minutes. If you just want to hang out and chat, we could do that, whatever.
I'm,
But
I'm gonna do something over here.
right.
Like I was showing off, this is my new. I call it the 2x4 plus more because this is a 4 foot by 28-inch sheet of plywood, and that section I think it was about. I know that if this section was put on here instead of over there, the whole thing would be 8 foot because all of that plywood came off of a 2x4 sheet. So I call it the 2x4 plus more because of that.
Nice.
And it works for my first layout. So yeah, I'll look. You can reset it.
So yeah,
We'll discuss in
reset.
a minute.
Yeah, I'll reset the room, and if you want to start pulling stuff out and getting stuff set up for whatever you want to do for that, join the room, whatever. So we will be
Alrighty.
right back, folks. Let me put this screen back up. That way, I'm not showing everyone off what's going on, and end that. Finish setting this up here. Alright, let's set up a new meeting. That. Click this. Let me share the link to Sam before I... that up. And now do this. Send this link over to Sam. And bam. There I am. Alright, so now we're just hanging out here for a minute until Sam gets himself set back up with his 2x4 plus more. Scenery looks like it went out really well, so we're just hanging out here for a minute till he jumps back in. In the meantime, I'll once again say thank you all so much for raising $200 so far. It's super awesome. And when we are wrapped up here with Sam in about 30-40 minutes, we will be jumping over to Danny and Billy at the Rail Brothers doing their Stack Talk podcast live from their channel. So we will be rebroadcasting their stream. So if you want, go check them out. They are some awesome guys. They've got a great podcast. Oh, there's Sam. They've got a great podcast. They do great rail fanning content, and yeah. So they'll be next. But first, let's get back to Sam with this 2x4 plus more. There we go.
Alrighty.
In and turn on your camera again.
Yeah, it always
It always turns off.
It starts without the camera. But
there we go.
That one's there. 2, 3, 4. Trying to figure out which one's. I'll find out which one is which in a minute. I need to do wiring troubleshooting anyway on this layout. That's the best way to test it. I don't know how much you've used for Kado.
Not much.
So why does that keep flashing off? That's weird. I don't know why that keeps flashing off. So anyway, yeah, this is the reason I ended up building this was because I decided that it was high time for me to finally build my first model train layout because I needed to make one. Why does that light keeps coming off and then doesn't make sense? That's weird. My Kato. I wish Matt was on the stream right now because I could ask him why my Kato Power Pack light keeps turning off and then coming back on. That does not make any sense. As far as I know, it's wired correctly. And reset. Okay. So that's that. Let me turn that one on. Make sure that switch is thrown. That switch is thrown. Okay. See, this is why we troubleshoot things. That switch.
Well,
that switch does not want to throw. I don't know why. That needs to be there.
It also doesn't help that we're doing this live on stream, so you know the gremlins are bound to show up.
it shows the real life of the model railroad industry.
It
wouldn't be this if we didn't have issues. Okay, so that one. No. Let's see. Alright, why is this engine not wanting to run? Come on.
Paul, to answer your question, I believe...
I have it in the off position. I don't have it in the forward position.
That would help. Paul, to answer your question, I believe Billy said that the plan for tonight's podcast is going to be the layouts that got away. So...
Okay, so those two are on. Alright. Alright, there we go. We're getting something going. This is my first test run since I put the glue down, so we'll see how that goes. Let it run for a little bit while I load the yard. But Dennis, one thing I have always wanted to ask you is, what made you decide on N scale over anything else?
Honestly, for me, it was a combination of a couple things. Those things being basically it's what my parents got for me, and the reason it's what my parents got for me is the other reason, which is space.
Right.
Yeah. You know, I
get that one.
I live the house that I live in. My parents were intending originally for it to be their 5-year house. We've been here for coming up on 25 years. So, you know, wasn't exactly sized for a family of 5. So we, I kind of made use of the space that I had, and so N scale was really the best bet for that.
Right. Yeah, I can get that. I mean, for me, it was just what my dad gave me so that I could have some N scale to run or some stuff to run because he had some N scale, and so it just like, yeah, that's what he had, so that's what I wanted.
Yeah.
And I've stuck with it ever since. People are like, "Well, why would you do other fields?" And it's like, actually, I do.
Yeah,
As you were
exactly.
witness to the other night, I have officially bought another HO scale locomotive
Uh-huh.
because I do have some appreciations for some HO scale stuff, and it gives me an opportunity to run it on my buddy's Legos.
Yeah, as you can see here, I've got my. I'm doing an HO scale boxcar right now. I'm in the midst of that. I'm just waiting for some decals to show up, but this is also not for me. This is not staying with me. This is going to a friend of mine out in California. But I'm a rubber scaler myself. So,
Yeah.
Eddie, good to see ya. Glad that you're able to hop in. The stream's been going super well. Glad to have you here, man. Looking forward to your time slot later.
This is actually my newest car. I picked this up from my other local hobby shop. It's a Washington. It's a Washington Central gondola. It's slightly outside of the time frame, but at the same time, it's like in the time frame as well for what I model. So I'm like, you know what? It's there. It's pretty much in my price range, so I'm gonna get it. But then again, for Athens do get expensive.
Yes, they
Which is
do.
why when I saw that Athens HO scale locomotive at the price it was at, I'm like, there is no excuse here.
So Dylan wants to know, what era do you model?
So I modeled the mid 1980s on the Grand Trunk Western, and I actually model an alternate history version that was successful in merging the Milwaukee Road. So what I do for that is I get Milwaukee Road stuff. I'm actually needing to order a couple of locomotives and scale trains for that so I can finally get some SD40s, because the Intermountain SD40-2s that were made for Grand Trunk, there's 2 issues with them. Number one, because of the alternate history world that I do, those ones in particular do not work for me. Those were the Missouri Pacific ones that were purchased in the 1990s, but because my Grand Trunk Western got the oh, hold on, sorry, trying to adjust the light a little bit. It's on me. But because the Grand Trunk Western merged the Milwaukee Road, Milwaukee Road had a plethora of SD40s. So the Grand Trunk didn't need to buy those SD40s anymore. Now, the Rock Island GP38s and the Missouri Pacific GP38s and the Pittsburgh and Lake Erie GP38s, all those were purchased around 1980. So they weren't impacted because the merger with the Milwaukee Road wouldn't happen until 1986-ish. So I need one more boxcar. Let's see where I have
Paul, that is very true. Paul says, my other local hobby shop is such a casual flex in this age of of model shops being rare.
Yeah, well, and what's interesting is they're both across the street from each other.
Oh, wow.
So, yeah. So the one, it's ABC Hobbies, which is like the classic one, and that's run by Scotty. He carries HO scale, and then he has model planes and ships and cars and Lionel. But if you need anything, he is more than happy to order it for you. And I've ordered a
Nice.
lot through him. Now, the other one, like right across the street, is Hobbytown USA.
Mm.
They are a lot more into the D&D stuff and the RC cars and stuff like that. But they do carry HO and N scale, and they actually do keep Kato track in stock. So when I needed one piece for the wiring on this, I was able to go straight to them. They actually had it in stock, and I bought it. And that's
Nice.
when I saw that gondola. So, yeah. So I need to go see the boxcar.
Yeah, same for me, Dylan. I'm about 25 minutes from my nearest like local hobby shop. Like I'm about 15 minutes from a Hobby Lobby, but they don't carry very much for me other than like paint and brushes. There's a hobby shop that's around 25 minutes north of me where I am, which is not bad, but they're more of an RC car and airplane shop than they are a train shop. The closest shop that really carries trains is about 50 minutes south, so it's a haul. So yeah.
Which track do I want to go on? I will send it over to this track. That's my other recent purchase, which is a Microtrains shorty hike, one of the 40 foots.
Oh, nice.
I've actually got a Penn Central one sitting over here somewhere, and I just bought some Bachmann knuckle coupler trucks specifically for that, so that I can get them to run with it. So I can get that one to run, because that one is a Penn Central car, which I would love to weather.
Yep.
I like that. I want that to be my first true weathering job.
Yep. Because if you do too much, there's no such thing as too much weathering on a Penn Central car.
Yeah, exactly. All right, so let's see. Come on. Oh, that's okay.
Ian Miller, welcome to the stream, by the way. Glad you're here. Welcome to the Train-A-Thon.
Pushed around. So that one goes here. This one goes here. And actually, because I'm having issues with this one, I'm actually going to add my extension wire to this one, even though it just barely reaches. I want to make sure it's
Dylan.
not...
Dylan, I did see that Rodney Kantorski was at Amherst. That guy is a legend.
Okay. Go. Come on. Let's go. Let's go. Probably need to get some sort of a cleaner track or locomotive or something for this.
Yep.
Actually, I just remembered one thing in particular about this layout. That is, I cannot switch this siding with this engine. Or, well, I can't switch this siding. I'm planning to put a, I know people are probably going to persecute me for using it, but I've got the Walther's Medusa cement. I am going to be doing some of my own customization to that, but it's going to be going right here. But because of how short this portion of the siding is, I'm using these 2-bay hopper cars, and as far as I know, I cannot fit a GP locomotive and those hopper cars there. I kind of cornered myself into only using my Atlas S4 switcher into that, but then again, I now have the excuse to exclusively run Alco power on my locals.
Yeah, there you go. Worth it. And awesome, Dylan. That's super awesome. I'll be sure to swing by for sure.
But,
and don't worry about the Medusa cement, man. I've got a Medusa cement kit that I have to build. That's gonna go next well, I don't know if it's going to be the next layout I build, actually, because the next layout I build is going to be on a specific prototype that I don't think they have a cement plant in the city of Poughkeepsie, but
Right.
I might take bits and pieces off of it and put it around the cement plant that I've got on my my current layout, because right now that's just basically the unloading shelter for the cars, so...
Mhm. We are having a snag here on this. The knuckle horn hook wants to snag on this switch here.
Is the trip pin too low, maybe?
Yeah, it's just like it looks like it's just too low.
Yep.
Yeah, it catches right there, right where the point joint is.
Yep. Yeah,
And
that's something I deal with all the time.
I don't have the tool to fix it.
I mean, for now, what you could always do is take like a pair of needle nose pliers or something and grab the end of the trip pin and just bend it up a little bit. That way it doesn't snag. That's what I've done on some of my engines.
I actually do have this pair here, so let's see what I can do.
If you just bend it so that the tip is up more, then it won't catch the tip. Because really, it's just the flat part of the tip that snags, at least in my experience.
Yeah, the only thing is I have to be careful because this is a body-mounted coupler instead of a truck-mounted.
Oh, yeah, so you gotta be careful you don't put too much torque on it.
Yeah, or hold it. I hold it with my... It does not want to move very easily. But this is where troubleshooting comes in, and where the identity is that not all... Well, actually, that might have done it. Let me see. Come on. Come on here. Please tell me I got it. Oh. If all else fails, pull back out the re-riddler.
Yep.
That will get it on. Now, let's try this again. Come on. This. There we go. Come on. I think I need to go over this track again now that it's been glued in place. And it came. Where did it come off? What did it snag on? Snagging on something. I'm not sure what. Oh, that's what it is. Okay. A little bit of glue got in the joint.
Ah,
so
that would do it.
Yep. Just creating just enough of a bump caused an issue there. Excellent. And actually, where is my concept? See, this is why we test drive everything, both before and after you glue it. Because you may test it as it's laid out, and everything runs perfectly. And then as soon as you glue the track down, and you go to run your first train, disaster strikes.
Yep.
So let this live stream be a lesson to everyone. Actually, I'm not going to use this one. I'm going to use this. This file would be a little bit better. It gives me that. Okay. Come on. I don't want to do it too much because I'm not trying to damage the rail. I'm just trying to file down that little lip.
Mm-hmm.
That should work. Now let's try that and see what it does. Come on. That's wrong. Come on.
Those live stream gremlins, they can't help but show up.
Say what?
Said those live stream gremlins can't help but show up.
Yeah. So I need to.
It's not even just live stream. It's whenever you're showing anyone anything. It can be.
Oh yeah.
It can be pulled up on a live stream, or someone sitting in the room with you, or whatever it is. it's bound to go wrong at the most inopportune times.
Oh yeah, I went to an open house one time, and we weren't in that open house 5 minutes. We're walking around, looking around, and I'm watching a train come up out of the helix on the
Yep.
top level, and all of a sudden I see a car derail, another car derail, then the rest of the train comes unhooked and starts flying down the helix the other way.
Yep.
Like, well, that wasn't pleasant.
Uh-huh.
So, I know people always told me you're gonna have to file Kato rail. They didn't think they meant it literally. I thought they were referring to computer filing. All right, now let's try this. I mean,
Oh, jeez, Ian, that sounds scary.
I wonder if it might be just this track. I need to.
Put another feeder on.
I might
Or
need
clean.
to clean up or something.
Yeah.
Somebody actually told me, and I don't know if this is true or not, but is it true that people advise against using hard abrasive track cleaner cars, and that you need to only use soft abrasive?
I've heard all sorts of things. I think it's just whatever works for you is what I've learned.
Okay.
It's like, theoretically, abrasive track cleaners add micro pitting to your rails, which like can cause micro arcing,
Right.
which then dirties the track faster because it like whatever the like carbon builds up from that or something.
Right.
But I've also heard of people who use nothing but abrasive track cleaners and have no issues. So I think with track cleaning, like with a lot of things in our hobby, it comes down to you got to figure out what works for you, and whatever that ends up being is what it is.
Right.
Like I know some people swear by using isopropyl to clean the rails, and some people who say no, that's the worst thing you could possibly do. So it all comes down to what works for you, I guess.
Oh well, that's interesting. The shell on this locomotive is cockeyed. That's odd. But I think I actually isolated the problem. On the bottom of my runner, there's a little lip, and it's dragging down just enough that it's touching the rail. So I'm going to have to, as carefully as I can, and holding the file below the gearing, I have to, so that I'm not getting any, trying to limit as much dust as I'm getting into the gear system. I'm just going to file that down a little bit.
Yep.
And after what I did recently, I should be no stranger to filing and modifying locomotive shells.
That's true.
Actually, that would probably be a better locomotive for me to pull out at this point, ironically.
I was gonna say, for those of you who are not part of our community on Discord or haven't heard, Sam took one of the static models of the LRC, the light rapid comfortable from Canada, and I was in the Via Rail scheme, right?
Yep.
You got, and he basically motorized it using a Tomix motorized chassis. There it is.
Right here.
And then he modified it to put in some microtrains coupler on the back, and it's you're modeling. What's the train name? The
International.
The International. Okay. I was gonna say that, but I was like, is that
yeah, it was the joint Amtrak Via Rail International from Chicago to Toronto. It ran over the Grand Trunk Western, so there's plenty of photos online of that train running. Let me make sure it's there. That one's there. Yeah.
There it
This
goes.
one's a lot louder. I think it's just the shell itself, but
Vibrations going through the shell.
for my first kit bash locomotive, I'd say it runs pretty well.
Yeah.
It actually is a pretty smooth runner. It's just loud.
Yeah.
And right there, that's just a unfortunate circumstance of. Well, actually, I've got a light issue there.
All sorts of troubleshooting going on.
Oh yeah, but I mean, I think this is probably more real life when it comes to model railroading than anything else.
Oh, for sure.
Having, like, it's model railroading is not a hobby. It's not. It can be a just get up and go hobby, but more often than not, you are going to be doing maintenance, troubleshooting all the time.
Mm-hmm.
It's just one unfortunate factor
Yep.
in the.
It's part of the reason why people say a model railroad is never done.
Yep, that's exactly it. Because you're always going to be having to do modifications or repairs or something to it so that it's always running. And you always have to do daily housekeeping with it. You have to be keeping it clean, cleaning the track or whatever, keeping dust off it. If you find dust or cat hair or whatever on it, you gotta clean that off. You gotta reset the cars and everything for every op session. Every model railroad, no matter how big or how small, even a small switching lamp like yours, it will take time to make sure that it's ready to go in any case. And if you just let a model railroad sit and don't do anything about it, eventually it's going to die and you're not going to be happy with it. You're just going to give up.
Yep.
So, yeah, my buddies had that happen a lot, but then again, it's not just because of the cleaning and maintenance aspect of it, it's a lot of things.
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah. Alright. So we are at 8:45 my time. So I'm Central, you're Eastern.
Eastern, yep. 9:45 here, 8:45 for you.
Yeah. Let's see. I'm taking a look at the comments right now, trying to see if I missed anything. What's that about a Penn Central guy at Amherst?
That would be
Amherst.
Rodney Kantorski.
Ah, Rodney. Okay.
Yep. That's the, empties east, empties west. Yeah, that guy is a legend for sure.
Yeah, I need to go out to Amherst. I really do. I think that would be just a very enjoyable trip overall. Not only to go there, but also to explore a new area of the country for model railroading. And my light up here, I think, has officially died. Yep, that's not even doing anything to my stream now. My mounted light has officially died. It gave up the ghost. Rip light. F in the chat.
F's in the chat.
But yeah, I mean, I'd say I'm pretty happy with this layout. I still need to do everything. What I decided is, I wanted to have 4 industries total. I wanted to have a couple industries, and I only had room for a few buildings. So I've got this little factory here, which I'm going to be doing some weathering and painting to. I'm going to be having, obviously, the cement company right here.
Yep.
And then this track, I'll actually move this building so you can see the rest of it. So the branch line comes off here, and it's got the first spur right here. What I'm planning for here is just like a transload, so I can have gondolas or flat cars or maybe even box cars come here and they can be offloaded by a truck or something. Then obviously I've got this factory here which can receive box cars and then the 2 bay. But one thing I always wanted and want to make sure I have in every layout, at least the ones that I modeled the Grand Trunk on, I love the automotive industry being represented in a model railroad.
Mm-hmm.
And so what I did back here is originally I was going to have it coming off here, but when I redesigned the track plan a little bit, I didn't have the space. So what I did is I put it back here, and this is where my 60-foot box cars are going to go. I've got this GT box car, I've got a Milwaukee Road 60-foot box car, and I've got a couple of Conquer 60-foot box cars in DTI.
Nice.
And those ones, I need to figure out what type of trucks they need, because those Rapido trucks that are on them are horrible. They hate turning, they hate running, they hate everything. They want to just sit on the shelf and look pretty.
Yeah.
So I'm going to need to figure out which trucks I need for those and put those on there. I have no idea which ones those would be, but I mean, that's where research is going to have to come in. So. But yeah, have we got any stats from the live stream about like how many unique visitors we've had or anything?
I can see if I can find that out. Let's see. If I go to the studio page, well, let's see if I can find any information about that. This page? No, not this page. Oh, yes, this page. There it is. Let's see. Reload the page.
Oop. Saw that. It actually
Nothing happened. It's
popped
fine.
up on the screen. Yeah. Oh no, our data's leaked.
I mean, it was literally just an image of our our YouTube community post page. But
Okay.
let's see. We have 123 views, which I don't know if that means 123 unique people or 123 times people have clicked into the stream.
If I'm not mistaken, a YouTube view counts as one watch that lasts at least 30 seconds.
There you go. All right, so we've had
As
at
far
least
as now, I
123.
don't know if that's the same for live streams or not, but I know that's how it applies for regular YouTube
Yeah, for
videos.
views. Yeah.
Now, on the other hand, like for a video that's less than 30 seconds, I don't know. Maybe it counts as watching the entire video or not. I don't know.
Yep. YouTube analytics will always be a mystery to me, despite having been on YouTube for, I don't know, like almost a decade now.
Right. I mean, hey, our channel's already up to 126 subscribers.
Yeah, our
so
channel is doing very good.
actually, I think it just jumped up to 127.
Nice.
So yeah, I was looking at it, and it's like I saw it scroll up one.
Well, there you go.
So that's interesting. Yeah, feel free to like and subscribe, share it around. That's the way we get our community found out.
Yeah,
Yeah, and beyond that, just word of mouth. I've been trying my best to show off all the things that I'm doing to people. I had I mentioned this whole live stream to my boss this morning because my boss happened to be in town, and he literally handed me a $20 bill and said, "Put that towards your fundraising." So, on behalf of the company. I know that's not a lot coming from the boss of the company, but still, any little bit helps. So, it's nice to see that happen and come in. So, nope. And I hear the kitty cat. She wants to come in. I hear that for sure. She's always wanting to come in here, but so who do we have next on our schedule for tonight?
Yeah, so next up in about 7 minutes now, we're gonna have Billy and Danny of the Rail Brothers. They're gonna be doing their Stack Talk live, Stack Talk podcast live from their channel.
Oh, wow.
So we're gonna be rebroadcasting their stream.
Okay.
But they're gonna be going from 10 p.m. to 11 p.m. Eastern, and then after them, 11 p.m. taking us to midnight is going to be Eddie, our fearless
Nice.
leader. So,
Yay, Eddie.
so yeah.
All right.
It's looking and it's looking like we're filling out some more of the overnight time slots as well, which is great.
Great.
So,
Yeah. So,
so
do we
good
need
stuff.
to take another intermission? Are they starting right at
They're starting
10
at
o'clock
10,
Eastern?
yeah. So
At 10, so we've got looks like about 6 minutes. Do we want to take a small intermission right before
Yeah.
that starts?
yeah, let's take an intermission here. We'll switch on the Be Back Soon screen. Yep, and we'll pop over to their stream at 10. So go grab some snacks, go grab a drink, hit the like button, go use the restroom, whatever you need to do. And we will be back. Well, I won't be back, but Billy and Danny will be on the stream at 10 p.m. Eastern. So do the math to whatever time you're in, time zone you all are in.
Also, don't worry, I will also be back at 1 to 2 p.m. tomorrow. I will be back with a live stream from the local Model Railroad Club's February model train show at the Willard Library in Evansville, Indiana. So we'll have the displays. I'm actually going to be taking this here in its current state. So this will be here. I might do some work on it there. I don't know. I need to. I'm more than likely, given what just happened, I'm going to have to do more work on it. But yeah, we'll be touring our layout that's there and maybe doing a couple interviews with a couple of members there as well. Just see their opinions on the hobby and everything that we do there. So.
Nice. So we'll see Sam again tomorrow. Looking forward to tuning into the show. And yeah, so we'll be right back in about 5 minutes with Billy and Danny from the Rail Brothers. And yeah, I hope you all are enjoying the stream so far. And we'll see you in a few.
Alrighty. Take care, all.
model train people to catch up and bring us into their thing so that we can start. We're going to be talking about the layouts that got away. This is our first time doing a Okay, well, if that's the case, you keep the YouTube thing up and keep an eye on that, so then we can keep an eye on the comments on that one.
Yeah.
I'll keep an eye on the Instagram. Hey, guys, it looks like there's at least 12 people watching us on Instagram. We are waiting shortly for the model train people to join us back, because they are going to be doing it, and we're going to be talking about the layouts that got away, hypothetical layouts that we've worked on, and everything like that. If you guys don't know us, I'm Bill, the photo brother.
And I'm Dan, the video brother. And we are the Rail Brothers.
And this is Stack Talk.
And this the podcast where we talk about big trains, small trains, and everything in between. Are we actually starting, by the way? Is this the official start?
Now. In fact, we should probably have let's do that one more time, just so everybody gets it.
Okay.
All right. Yeah, so I'm watching it on here. So yeah, let's go. So again. Hi, I'm Bill, the photo brother.
And I'm Dan, the video brother. And we are the Rail Brothers. And you're listening to Stack Talk, the podcast where we talk about big trains, small trains, and everything in between. Today is a very special episode, right? This is our first live episode. This is our first streaming episode. And even more importantly, this is our first charity episode. We're part of a 24-hour Train-A-Thon. No, we're not exercising. No, we're not training. We are talking about trains.
We are training.
Well, we could. Oh, that probably clipped. Hang on. Ooh.
Yeah, you clipped a little bit there.
Clipped a little bit there. That's okay. It's because we're excited. But this is an association with the Model Rail people. A great bunch of people have an awesome Discord.
Model train people.
Oh, Model Train people. They have a Discord server.
They have a Discord server. They've had it for about a year now. It is a bunch of younger folks who are into model trains that have kind of started coming together, and now they actually have their own podcast as well, so you should go check out theirs. They are right now rebroadcasting our stream as well on their YouTube channel, so go check it out as well. And most importantly, we are doing this to whole Train-A-Thon to help CHOP, the Children's Hospital of Philadelphia. You can go click that way. I can't get my things right. That way. You can click that QR code and donate directly to them. Or there's, I think, a link in the description, hopefully, if I set up everything right. Truthfully, CHOP is really important to me because I've been bringing my daughter there since she was born. My little one was born with a club foot, which, truthfully, of birth defects to have, literally the doctor said this is probably, if you're going to have one, this is the one. Like, it's a fairly easy fix, but it has meant since she was born 3 years ago, we have been frequently going to CHOP. Like, when she was just a little baby, we had to be going to CHOP every week to be getting new casts and everything like that. But the people there were amazing. They got us through it. They had to do a little surgery on her, and you want to make sure it's the best people in the world doing it for you when they're rolling away your 3 months old baby to get a surgery, even though it's just like a little snip that they had to do to her Achilles tendon. So luckily, hopefully she just doesn't have to fight any people from what is it? Not Ithaca. What's the one?
Memphis?
No, what's the place? The Troy. She doesn't have to
Troy.
fight anybody from Troy.
Oh,
that
that took me a second. I thought you were trying to talk about like other children's hospitals that she was gonna have to fight off or something.
No, I was trying to make an Achilles heel thing, and okay. I failed at that.
Movie, that was a bad movie. The movie with
you mean Troy?
Not Matt Damon, the Troy movie, not a good movie.
Yeah.
Well.
But
the Children's Hospital of Philadelphia,
good, right?
Iliad's pretty good.
As I said, so I have we've been taking her there, and they've been great with her, getting that fixed. And now she, at 3 years old, you hardly know that you wouldn't know at all that she had some kind of any problem at all, and it was great. And we're almost done with her time there. She still has to wear like a brace at night to make sure her feet are in the right position, but they're doing great, and they've been great with us and her. And if we can help them out any way we can, I would love it. So if you can, donate over there to there, or click the link below. Hopefully, if that made that work right. But enough.
Where are we at with the donations right now?
I believe last I heard we're at like $200 so far.
$200.
Yeah. So
I think we could do better than that.
Yeah. So this Train-A-Thon started at 6 p.m. tonight, and it goes, I believe, till 6 p.m. tomorrow. We'll be actually back on again at 10 a.m. tomorrow because you get Rail Brothers on the 10s.
Rail Brothers on the 10s.
Yeah, I stole that from the Weather Channel. We have that, and it'll be we'll be running our model railroads in that one instead of just talking at you. So let's see, is anybody actually talking to us? Apparently we are quiet, so we need to boost ourselves up in some way, shape, or form.
Yeah, I can bunch.
All right,
I can.
let's see.
Is this higher? Is this good?
That sounds good to me. It sounds like we're clipping a little bit to me, but how does that sound to you guys? Does that sound to you on the streams out there? All right, is anybody with us on YouTube right now, or?
Yeah, we got a nice little contingency on YouTube. On our YouTube, we got a handful of folks.
Cool.
See some friendly faces over there, which is great. Hey guys.
People on Instagram, at least one person. So how you guys doing? All right. So what are we going to talk about today?
So we're talking about the layout that got away. So that's, me and Billy, we've been doing trains basically our entire life. It came from our father and came from his father, right? So by being into trains, we've been into big trains and into small trains, so model trains. And we've had many different iterations, dreams, fantasies of different layouts. And we've only built a handful, right, between the two of us, but we've dreamt up and started drawing up a bunch more than that. So we're going to talk about that layout that got away, the one that you thought was really cool, you never ended up making and never ended up completing, which I think is an important part of the hobby, right? Maybe we don't talk about it that much, but I think it's an important part. Obviously, building a layout is super cool, but designing a layout, I think, is also a really great process. I am an architect, so designing is kind of what I'm into. The building part is also neat, but it's the designing part that I get a lot of enjoyment out of. So plenty of people, that's the hobby, is designing layouts. It might not be like actually making the layouts. So anyway, so we're going to talk about the layouts that got away, the ones we never made, the ones we thought were cool. But let's talk, since maybe there's some people joining us that have no idea who we are, we could do a little bit of background. So me and Billy, we are brothers, and we brand ourselves as the Rail Brothers, right? And we have a couple different social media platforms that
find us on Instagram, Facebook, TikTok, even Blue Sky now. Well, at least me.
Yeah, we got them all. If there's a social media platform, we got it. Hey Billy, could I share my screen?
Sure.
For a second?
There you go. Boom. Share.
Yeah. So, yeah, here's our Instagram presence.
Look at that. You can see we do a lot of railfan videos. We really like steam engines. There's a lot of steam engines, but we've also gotten more into model railroads recently. Not recently. Yeah. Well, we've been into model railroads like our whole lives, basically. But it's been, we didn't really put it on Instagram or Facebook or any of those until recently. So, but I did join a Roundel Railroad Club, which helps me with content, always. But also because they have a really nice layout. Shout out to the Burlington County Model Railroad Club.
Hey.
Because otherwise, my layout is basically just plywood at this point. But speaking of that, we can go into our layouts now if you want.
Yeah, well, I just want to so you probably have never seen us before, but there's a very good chance you've seen our content before. If you're at all interested in steam trains, some of them have reached a pretty wide audience, a bigger audience than I would ever think. So people around the world have reached out to us and have been contacting us about sharing their images and getting together with people like in Germany, in Korea. So it's a pretty cool thing that we've been able to do. So even though you might not know us, you've probably seen our content out there somewhere, which is pretty neat. And we really enjoy it, and we love making some nice train content. Anyway, yeah. So let's get into the actual meat of this, the layouts that got away.
So, first of all, if you want to kind of get the idea, our current layouts, mine is a around the room layout in my attic, based roughly on the Bordentown, the Bordentown branch of the Pennsylvania Railroad in roughly around 1929 to 1940. I like steam engines. So, but that's basically what you need to know now for this podcast right now. As I said, you'll find out more about that tomorrow. What are you working on, Danny?
My actual layout is I call it the East Coast Corridor, which is an N scale layout. It's it's in two pieces. It's not terribly large. It's about 11 by 4.5 or so. And some of the folks that are listening on know that number perhaps better than I do because they helped me and Billy, and also my friend Rob helped put that thing together. And that's been coming together pretty well. It's a kind of a no-licks layout, which is a helix, but it's like the whole thing's a helix. So it's a triple-decker layout. The idea is it is supposed to be like the NEC, and also like the East Coast Main Line in Britain, sort of combined together. It's mostly the NEC, and it's mostly a freelance NEC, which is the Northeast Corridor, if you're not familiar, on the East Coast of the United States. But it also has some British flavors, and so I can run some British trains sometimes when I want to. And it's freelance, so I can run whatever I want to. I have a particular interest in passenger trains, and
My mind is ablaze. Do I live?
Start that. Sorry, I'm trying to get stuff in the background, and of course,
whose mind is ablaze?
I don't know. It's an ad from YouTube.
My mind was
Love it.
ablaze when I was putting together
I
that
know.
layout because I was trying to get the whole layout to be automated, which is a whole other thing we could talk about another time. But it kind of sort of worked, and I'm still working on it. It's mostly a plywood and Pacific at this point, but it is operational. And
I think it's
kind
a
of
spaghetti and western.
spaghetti. Yeah, it's my
Spaghetti bowl.
spaghetti western layout. I really should have all Spanish trains, since that's where all the spaghetti western movies were filmed. Right? It wasn't Italy, right? It was Spain, which.
You know more about that than I do at this point. So
Well, maybe I'm wrong. I bet you my buddy Rob would be able to. Let me see if he knows. I assume I'm not sharing anymore. Is that right?
yeah, you're not.
Okay, good. We do have a question from Rob, which is,
Oh, really?
Yeah. How do most enthusiasts calculate slope? There's a rule of thumb that helps determine the size of the layout and the linear square footage of track. So slope, we do it a lot the same way that us architects and engineers do it, where it's a percent slope, and we'll just have to do the rise over run. And it. Oh, Rob said nope. I wonder if that means that they were actually filmed in Italy, the spaghetti westerns.
Maybe. Am I louder now? I feel like I'm clipping.
Yeah, you're a little. It sounds a little clippy, but I don't know.
But I don't know. People seem to like that.
People want the clippy.
I don't
Okay,
know, they
all
like
right.
the
Should I
clippy.
clip? I'm
No,
gonna.
I don't say. They're just telling me on mine. They're just telling.
I wonder
me.
how many people know clippy.
I don't know, but let's go on.
Usually, a model railroad. Getting back to the slope point, a model railroad can usually get about twice as much slope as a real railroad. So real railroads under 2% slope is what they're going for. Really, if they can get under 1.5%, that's what they're going for. So like the most grueling mainline grades out there are probably like a 1.5%.
It's
you
funny.
can get
I've
away.
actually heard in model railroading is that really, especially as you get more model railroading and less like model, like more like less toy train and more model railroading.
Yeah.
It's really just the same thing. It's like you're aiming for the same thing. Like in theory, you can go over a 4% grade like at the Saluda grade, but you don't want to.
Yeah, but yeah, I guess that's true. But I think you could use most layouts can get away with a 3% grade. Like I'm pretty sure the Garden State Central they had a 3% grade in the back there, right?
Yeah, and I don't like at the Burlington County that I'm at right now. There's definitely like something like a 4, but it's a pain. Like I can tell you, like there are people that have to put on pushers to get up that hill.
Yeah.
So like it's just like a real railroad that way. Like you know, it's not like it's the only thing that we have that they don't probably is traction tires.
Yeah, so I feel like an O gauge layout, you could just
Yeah,
they
that
all
one
have,
was.
they all have
you
like
can do-
these days they all have traction tires. You could just have a 5% grade, which is crazy. And then you know, obviously it depends on what you're modeling, right? If you're modeling passenger trains or high speed trains, typically those can in the real life they can get a higher percent slope, so you can probably get away with that.
Mhm.
If you're doing traction, again, same kind of thing. But if you're doing long like cold drags and that's what you want to model, like yeah, you'll probably have to do a similar gradient to the real thing, especially in like N scale, because the locomotives tend to not have traction tires. So
Yeah.
anyway,
So, back to what we were talking about. Let's talk about the layouts that got away. I was thinking maybe we first start about. Do you want to talk about like? I know we both had some kind of plan at one point for Hopewell layouts because we lived in Hopewell Borough in New Jersey. I don't know, Danny, if you want to bring up a photo of
Yeah, I
like,
can
the
bring up a
station
map.
and stuff like that.
yeah,
There's a beautiful Victorian station right across the street from our house. Was on the old Reading Railroad line. Now it's a CSX line that goes between New York City and Philadelphia. Let's see here. Are you good to bring yours up now?
yeah, I think so.
There you go. So yeah, that's what it currently looks like now.
And this right here was the old Reading, New York branch. Currently, it's got one track on it, but back in the day, it had 4 tracks. It was a 4-track main line.
Yep.
It was only 4 tracks for a little bit. It was reduced down to 3 tracks pretty quickly in like the 30s or 40s, and then stayed that way all up until CSX gained control over the track and had to excavate it here to get under this bridge. So it was 3 tracks up for quite a long time, and then it had passenger service up until the early 80s. But really beautiful Victorian building with sort of some Gothic, eclectic Victorian flourishes on it. And here you can see this is like a hint of some of the there was a switch that was there, and we had
actually I'm going to bring up mine because I
there
have
we go.
some info. I found a good website that kind of showed some of these little sidings and stuff. And this is kind of when I was thinking about a layout. This is kind of what I was thinking here. If you look here, they kind of have a good description here. So here's where the train station is right here. Let's see if I can zoom in a bit. There we go. So here's a good photo here, and that's literally the same little bumper that we were looking at before. There's the train station, and this is what the sidings looked like here. It was kind of a fun little cross thing that happened. So this went out to the tomato factory. Fun fact, our grandmother worked there when it's an antique shop right now.
Was the tomato factory ever a tomato factory?
Yeah, it was a tomato factory. If you look
Was
there,
it
it's
actually?
Hopewell Valley Canning Company is what it was.
Oh, is there so for real? Okay,
Yeah,
that's
yeah.
cool. Yeah.
They don't just make stuff up, right? They can't do that. But truthfully, the funny thing is now looking at this, like I looked at this today and I was like, this would actually be a really fun little module to make.
Yeah,
I
it would
remember
be.
being intimidated when I looked at this back in, 10, 15 years ago. Because I was like, I don't need to have 4 main lines going down it, but it'd be fun to have this little like switching thing now. So like you'd have a grain and feed mill. FCA was a farmers collective. There you have the canning factory. You have the freight house here. And that's probably like a team track where that thing goes off. So like you can actually have like 4 different spots. You also have a lumber mill over here, a lumber and grain kind of place, and the chocolate factory. So like you have a bunch of different little things that could actually do it. It's funny. This whole podcast was supposed to be like, oh yeah, these are ones that got away, and now I'm like, maybe I'll actually
I just
make.
gotta build this one.
Like this one seems like it might be kind of what I'm.
Hey,
up
it
for.
would be a pretty good T-track layout too.
Yeah, like because it's got like you see here the main lines here and stuff like that. Like it might actually be not. And it'd be kind of fun to have like we could put our old apartment.
And I think the
on.
reality is they never really used the 4 tracks. They only used the 4 tracks for maybe 20 years.
Yeah, well, that in theory, the other part of it, the reason that I didn't really.
You see there, they've already taken out the 3rd track, right? That's just 3 tracks. Maybe I'm.
Which one?
I'm delayed from you.
Okay, yeah. There you go. That's what happens when you're watching the other thing. Uh,
My internet's like crying at me.
yeah. But one of the other big reasons was I know I was really intimidated. Like, I really liked the Reading. We lived right on the former Reading. We were part of a model railroad club that modeled the anthracite road. So Reading is one of those. So it's like I was really into it. But we also really like steam engines. So I know for myself, we had trouble finding steam engines in that, for the Reading, because they had a lot of Camelbacks and Wooten fireboxes. I don't know, Danny, if you want to bring up some photos of that for people that don't know what that is. Oh, look, it's me.
Yeah, let me get over to something.
Yeah. But
So, oh, here's a Camelback. Look at that guy.
there you go.
Woo!
See, it's a very distinctive looking engine.
Very distinctive.
They were also called Widowmakers because the side rods would break sometimes on the train and go right up through the cab where the engineer was sitting.
Yeah, so it wasn't popular with the engineers. Most of the time on a regular, if you're not familiar, but they all sit back there. So if one of those let go, it wasn't a big deal. And so the Wooten firebox is this guy back here. And the story that I heard is it was wide so it could burn anthracite and or slag, which needed a wider grate area. And because it was so wide, they could not see over it. So you had to have the engineer in front of it.
Yeah. So yeah, as I said, they can kind of go up there. That's kind of more of a regular one, but that does have a Wooten firebox in it.
It does, yeah. You can see it kind of sticks out right there.
When railroads started enlarging their lines, they made it so like, hey, bridge clearances were wider for bigger freight cars, and then they could put it in the back of the engine again. But for a while, they had those Camelbacks, and the Reading, being an anthracite burner, used those a lot. And they really didn't switch over until I think they were made illegal in the 1920s. And even then, they survived. They just couldn't make new ones.
Yeah, I think you had them nearly up to the end of steam, right?
Yeah, exactly. So, but it makes it really hard to find those. Model-wise, there were some that were made by Mantua. There were some were made by Mantua, and then there were brass engines. That was about it.
And when we were kids, those brass engines were like a fortune.
Yeah, like they're still a fortune, but we do have adult money now.
Yeah.
Keep in mind, we were looking at this when we were like 15. So it really made it so that we really couldn't. I felt like I personally couldn't model it the way I wanted it to. But I don't know. That was one of my. I know you were trying to do something with that too. I don't know what your thought was. My thought was like, now I'm kind of like, could we make a module of it of some sort? I think that could work.
Yeah, I think a Hopewell module would be cool. Yeah, and you could have, if you put it as part of like a T-track thing, you could have a loop going around with trains, and then you would do your switching, and maybe you'd have to make coordinate with the dispatcher that you're not getting in the way of some hotshot mainline thing coming through.
Yeah, my thought is just make it straight up a module for like.
Yeah, you can just do switching. Yeah, just have like an angle milk.
Module, like because they have three. I think they have three
tracks
lines standard.
Oh, yeah.
So.
So you're thinking HO, right?
Yeah, I think HO. You think N. You know this.
I think that's a fairly recent thing, by the way.
Yeah, so like when he was looking at these things before, he was thinking HO till he got N scale.
Still got miniaturized. Yeah.
But I don't know. I talked a lot about that one. You talk about the next one.
Yeah, so I think like going back to the Reading, I guess you can share my screen.
Sure, 1 second.
So I was living in college. In college I had an apartment in Philadelphia, and I still wanted to try to build a model railroad in some capacity. For some reason, I never thought about N. I don't know why. This was, like 10 years ago at this point. So maybe Kato and wasn't as prevalent, and there's still that kind of lingering reliability issues that some people thought about and was kind of persistent in the model railroad community. I think we can all say right now that because of some of the great N-scale manufacturers we got right now, that the reliability is much, much better. So anyway, I was considering HO. I had a very limited amount of space. Let me see if I can pull up the. And so I was kind of looking for places. I could give you my criteria. I was looking for. I was always interested in passenger trains. I was interested in steam trains. I love architecture. I'm an architect, so I was interested in interesting architecture. And because I had basically a closet to work with. It was a nice closet. It had 2 doors on it. We lived in this really nice old apartment. It had a billion closets, and it had 2 glass doors on it that opened out. And could I do something that encapsulated all those requirements, find a prototype for it, and try to fit it into this closet? Now the answer is I really could not fit it into the closet in HO, right? So that's probably why it never got built. But I did try. So one of the prototypes I did find was the Reading Railroads, because again, me and Billy both love the Reading because we grew up by it. The Reading Railroad's Green Street Terminal, which if you're familiar with Philadelphia, let me get the map back. Whoa, I gotta go. So there's Hopewell. We're going to Philadelphia. All right, so here you can see this is the old Philadelphia, the old Reading line that would go into Reading Terminal, and you can see right here this green bit. That's the old Reading Viaduct that went into Reading Terminal right here. So Reading Terminal being a terminal, the trains are all going to stop there, so they'd have to pull off the power at some point, and they had to have an engine terminal to service them. So that engine terminal was right here, right now, where basically they made the new. It's not new; it's like 40 years old now. But where they did the Center City commuter connection, right there was
totally
where they
new.
had
Totally new. We're gonna
totally new. Yeah, it's built in like the 80s.
As someone 37, I'm gonna call that new.
Oh, it's definitely new. Yeah, brand new. Yeah. So they had their engine facility. Let me just make sure I'm getting that right, because it was on Green Street. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's right here. There's Green Street. Yeah, so it was right here, and it was in an extremely tight-knit neighborhood. So there are even more row houses than you see here. A lot of them got demolished at some point, in probably when they were constructing this bit. So that meant it had a lot of the same parameters I was working with, and a lot of the same way that the people like looking at the like marine terminal layouts because they're so compact. This is a similar thing. This is like a super compact engine terminal. So I was able to find some of the history about it. I got really involved in the history. So just giving you an idea of what the track plan. Oh, this image is like potato quality. It was pretty cool because this is an old insurance map. That they were able to use all of these turntables to basically turn the engines around and make the plan just fit into this really tiny space and try to fit the maximum amount of engines in this house as possible, and also be able to coal as many of them as possible.
Yeah. So Dan, of course, was like, I can fit it all in my closet.
I can fit it in my closet. I just think I haven't really. It almost seems British, right? Because the British tend to not have as many roundhouses, so that also played into like, oh, it'd be, if the Flying Scotsman was there with like Mallard or something, and I just had all the British stuff, it would look kind of okay. And on top of that, so it had this really efficient layout. Here you've got, this is the main line that's elevated, this viaduct that was elevated around the turn of the century that goes to Reading Terminal, and then there's a switch on either side and an extremely steep ramp that gets you off of that elevated viaduct and lets you go to this coaling station here, and then has a line that goes underneath to a turntable to another engine house, and then an engine house on the south. And then the engine houses, I mean, this really had it all for me. Was, from what I could tell, Frank Furness who's a famous Philadelphia architect, may have been involved in the design of these engine houses. But either way, I thought they're extremely unique structures. So in this case, you see one of the engine houses, and you've got the famous Reading Crusader locomotive in there. So you could, it's just a really neat spot, and all the photography of it, everything's really dirty, and then sometimes you have like a gleaming stainless steel locomotive in there, and it's totally just knit right into a neighborhood. Probably terrible for all the lungs of the people living by there, but really fascinating. So here you can see this is at the coal depot.
Yeah,
there.
I also love the insurance maps. You'll see. Don't worry.
Yeah, and these are some photos of it being constructed around the turn of the century. So you can see mid 1890s, which Frank Furness may have been the architect for the Reading Railroad at the time, though he may not have. And you can see here, there's Reading Terminal in the background, and then you can see this is the one of the lines that comes off, and there's a turntable, and then eventually there's like another switch that goes off and goes down to grade there.
So
And I was able to find historicaerials.com that you could. I found some more images there. Great resource if you guys have never used it. And then I think I have some plans. Where are my plans?
Did you find some? Because I looked in my emails and I found a plan you sent me.
Oh, you did? Oh, that's great.
Like
hang
I
on a
found
second.
it is.
Is it rough?
It is.
Oh
rough.
boy.
You labeled it as track plans messy.
Track. Is it like this one?
Oh, that looks way better. I'm going to show you.
Oh, this.
what
Oh, hang on.
looks
This
like
is
right
this is the different. This is
That's
the
a
next
different one.
railroad. That's
Yeah.
don't look at that. Don't look at that. You
now.
didn't
Don't
say
look at
anything.
spoilers. Here you go. Here's what I got.
I can't. Hang on.
Do you see it yet?
Mine is lagging over here.
Yeah,
so
it's lag.
hang on. Like,
Yo, we have doubled our amount of money. We have $400. We are at $400 right now. Woo!
that's incredible. Oh, that is messy. Holy
It
hell!
is.
It's a Dan Brown special right there.
That is a Dan Brown special. Let me see. Can I zoom in on some of these things for you?
I do have a better version of this, but this is rather illustrative of what I was trying to go for. So basically,
I don't understand what you're going for.
on the top you have basically one level of the layout, the top level, which is there's one line and it branches out, and then the left is like quote unquote Reading Terminal, and then the next level down that's where the engine terminal is, and it sort of tucks underneath Reading Terminal. Not at all realistically, but I was just trying to jam stuff in there. And then at the very bottom, I think I was looking at if you put another engine house on the other side. So basically, you just have the front of the engine house, just like a little forced perspective thing, and then the engines would actually be underneath the other tracks. Not at all correct, but that's what I was looking at. Let me see if I can. Give me a second. Let me pull up the. As I was able to find a PDF of it.
There we go. Hide yours so we can see our beautiful faces. But yeah,
All right.
I now
you can share
understand your current layout more because I remember you wanted so many levels in your closet. I would like to remind you, this is like just a double door closet.
Yeah, can you see my screen? Is it? Do I have the?
There we go. Cool.
So this is kind of messy, but yeah. So you can see there's Reading Terminal. This would have the tracks that go into it. I did do this I didn't have any rail at the time, so I laid this out in an architectural program called Revit. So I had to like model the switch, and frankly, like the published data on switches and exactly like what the geometry is I feel like it could be better. But this is also 10 years ago. So here the idea is we had some temporary thing that would fit outside. Man, Mia, my wife, she's my girlfriend. She wasn't too happy about having this little extra bit that would stick out here that you'd have to use to get the trains from this level. So this is above, and they come out here and they have to go back down, and then that would get you down and into the actual engine terminal area.
Oh yeah, straight out of Revit. Yep. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and then let's see, is this any different? No, not really. Oh, this one's a little bit different.
See, I like this one. This one was fun. You had like multiple turntables and stuff like this. Was
yeah,
ridiculous.
which that's what they had. It's kind of a condensed version of like look at this. There's multiple. Look at all these turntables.
That's
right?
valid. That's valid.
It's great. So
like truthfully, part of me is like, you should just make this again and take this to shows.
I mean, that would be great if I had unlimited time and I was extremely efficient.
We call it a Y, Rob. A Y. This is the trains. It's not just a 3-point turn. It's a Y.
I think Rob. So I think Rob knows. He probably knows.
Oh, he knows. I know that he just said 3-point turn. I know he's seen all the comments on our Instagram on that live video.
Yeah. So I guess I have. the lengths here. I was trying to make this an angle nook for passenger trains, and then you'd pull them out here and you'd be switching them or something.
Yeah, I do remember that. Yes.
And then you could pull out the engine here. This would go down to this one, and then you'd spin it around and you could put it underneath here. So it would have been pretty cool. Rather aspirational. I think the furthest I got with this was to test the gradient here to see if the engines I
Yeah, because
had
you
in
did
mind.
build something. You had like a bunch of
I
foam
did
in
build
it.
something for it. Yeah, I don't have any photos of it, or at least I couldn't find any. So I did start testing it. I did have foam in there,
I
but
bet
the
Mia has
reality
a
is,
photo of it being like, what
yeah,
the hell, Dan?
like, why is this beautiful closet that we have that I could put all sorts of amazing things in just full of foam? That's what it was. It was like full of foam for like 5 years. And then I moved to my house and we just never made it, which was a shame. So this is really one of the ones that got away. And I think some of it is my attention span. This was interesting to me, but my wife, I was trying to kind of cater to her and be like, "Oh, this is something that like we could both be interested in." And she doesn't, she's not really going to care. She doesn't care about the Reading Railroad. But so then I tried to look. Well, I guess it was kind of serendipitous. Is it all right if I go to the next one?
Sure. Actually, no. Give me a second. I'll just do a short thing into mine because I feel like this kind of leads into it. You mentioned Inglenook's, and that was kind of my next spot. So, what I was doing, at really a similar time, was I was kind of contemplating. I was also in an apartment at the time. I was trying to figure out small things, and truthfully, I've always been interested in switching and stuff like that, and operations and stuff. Except I didn't really 100% know what operations were at that point. And I found a bunch of those videos or websites online about Inglenook sidings and the Time Saver, and these are little basically games you can play with your trains, basically.
Yeah, I like those puzzle games. Yeah,
they're little puzzle games and stuff like that. Let me bring one up real quick. So here, if you see here, this is still the website I remember reading 20 years ago, being like, oh, this is cool. So it's a little thing where like, okay, you can make a little switching game out of having this. So you have 5 cars on this siding. You could fit 5 cars on this siding. You fit 3 on here and 3 on here. And
are you sharing your? Oh, there we go. Okay,
I am.
Yeah, I got it.
And over here you can have 3 cars plus the engine over this side. And you would randomly have like cards or dice or something that would say, hey, you need to make up a train of these 5 cars here, and you don't have much length of it. And I had actually made a couple, I had made one of these when we were still at our mom's house, and I was in college. I actually got okay far with it. I had made it. It was 1 foot by 6 foot. And the idea was I kind of wanted to be like, it's like I didn't really understand like operations yet, or maybe I did, but I was more interested in this. And I had figured out, 1 second, let me go find all my, where's my bookmarks? There we go. I bookmarked a bunch of stuff today. And I have too many bookmarks. Ignore half of these. Probably they're probably embarrassing because I haven't deleted
I guess while you're looking for that,
thing right here.
We'll donate another $50 if someone can guess what the background of our stream is.
Here, let me show that again. There you go. Another $50 if you can guess the background. Anna, you're not allowed to guess.
Yeah, anyone that's related to us.
Anna and Mia, not allowed to guess because you know what it is.
That's
this is actually hanging in my
illegal.
This is hanging in my living room. I took the photo. But so where was I? You distracted me with my beautiful photo.
Sorry, it's a really nice photo.
It's okay.
I like how we're in the brass band.
I was playing with that last night. I was like,
that was really good.
That looks good. Like I might keep this for other things we're doing.
Yeah.
So let's see here. Here we go. And to bring up our favorite things, these are a few of our favorite things. There we go. 1 second here. All right, now I'll go back to my screen. There we go. All right, favorite things, Sanborn maps. So there was a branch of the Reading line that went into downtown or downtown-ish Trenton because the Reading Railroad and Pennsylvania Railroad kind of paralleled each other from Philadelphia to New York City, and they were competitors to each other. But the Reading took the less direct line through it didn't go through as many city centers as the Pennsylvania Railroad did, because the Pennsylvania Railroad is what the NEC is now. So they hit Trenton, they hit New Brunswick, they hit all those fun ones. Reading took a little bit northern/western route and kind of missed Trenton when they did it. Then they had to make a junction at West Trenton to get into downtown Trenton. So they had a Trenton branch that went down, and they had a bunch of industries on it, and it was like, this seemed like a perfect thing for an Inglenook. So if you look here, this is the Pennsylvania Railroad, or the Philadelphia and Reading freight house here, and guess what? That is 3 tracks right there, just like an Inglenook.
That's awesome.
Perfect. And then I can model this sweet, sweet building that is still there. That is the ex-Reading Freight Station in downtown Trenton. And I was like, oh, this will be perfect. So I made a 1 foot by 6 foot. I put it on foam. I had the track glued down. I had done I had gotten it working. I had played with it a bit.
Is that your picture?
No, this is just somebody I found on
okay.
realpictures.net. Wait. Is this? It's Mitch. It's Mitch Goldman.
It's Mitch Goldman.
Yeah, it's Mitch.
I hope he's doing good.
He is. I saw he's posting back on Facebook again. So
great. All right.
Yeah.
He's a legend.
Yeah,
in my opinion.
Yeah, no, he was like one of my favorites.
He's been everywhere. He's taken a picture of everything.
I think I've met him twice, and I've been scared to talk to him each time for some reason because I'm a little nerd. Yeah.
Double Dutch revival. Yeah, I guess it's got the. I should know what it's called. Dutch eaves, Dutch roof, Dutch. I don't know.
Don't you teach this stuff?
I don't. I do, but not specifically Dutch stuff.
Got it.
Yeah.
So I thought about that, and I got all the way through it, and I put the ballast down, and I seized up my switches, and I got really discouraged, and I ended up throwing it out.
I think if you watched some of the tutorials from earlier tonight, you would have done great.
Here's the thing. This was in like 2008.
Did YouTube exist?
It wasn't really a thing yet. Like, it might have been.
Maybe it had like the guy dancing on it. Like,
yeah, but
like
it didn't have
something
model
of
railroad
dance.
tutorials. So there was like not a real good way to find out this information. And it's one of the things about this community now, which I really love, is that it's so nice. Like I asked about how to like weather freight cars, and everybody gave me some great advice, and they showed me. They're like, hey, here's a couple links to good YouTube things for weathering freight cars. Dennis was doing a great job with it earlier. I was posted on Blue Sky about some painting, and they gave me a bunch of YouTube videos back. It was great. This is having this community now makes this so much better, because a lot of times you're like, even though we were in a model railroad club, we were like 45 minutes away from them. So it was like I was working on something, and I didn't have time to go back and like ask me like, what did I fuck up? I now know one of the problems I did was that
Belly.
I said the F word.
B. I think you're good for it about once, twice an episode.
Can't do anymore.
Yeah, that was it. You get one more.
Yeah,
I think you get 2 more for
PG-13.
FCC regulations,
yeah,
right?
Thanks. All right, I need to use that one more very carefully. I'm from New Jersey, guys. Come on.
Okay.
But where was I? Oh yeah, the effing switches. But I would have been able, like, if nowadays I would have been able to find that information about it, and it was basically the Pico switches I was using have a spring in them, so it's like it's spring loaded and it goes click 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 click. And I also put on them a Caboose Industries ground throw. Now I know from finding this out like 10 years late, like 15 years later, I guess, that I was supposed to cut the spring and make that work. And that would have solved my whole problem.
Oh.
But I didn't know that until about a year ago.
Oh, dang.
It's really frustrating.
That's a shame, because you got pretty far with that. Like, you painted the whole thing. It looked
exactly.
pretty nice.
But then the ballast froze it, and it was like, all right, I can't figure out.
And that could be to someone just starting out. That could be
and like also I could have gotten it better just by putting water back on it and unfreezing it. And letting the thing
or like isopropyl, right? Isopropyl alcohol.
Yeah,
right?
like whatever. Like there were multiple ways of fixing this, and there wasn't an easy way of other than trying to Google on forums, which weren't very helpful at the time.
All right, well, it's 10:43 on my computer.
Okay, so you can go on to your next one.
Did anyone guess the background?
I
didn't get anyone guessing the background.
No, I don't see anybody on this feed. Let's go look at the other feed, which I have been sadly...
And does anyone notice? I got a little train going here on my left. I've got Godzilla. I've got that Godzilla. I've got another Godzilla,
Let's see.
and I have a little Japanese train here. Let me get this guy going a little faster.
Let's see. We have is the. Yep, we have Anna complaining that she cannot guess because it's in her house.
Well, she could be the judge to make
So,
sure that if someone
guys,
gets it.
anyone think you know what this is? Call it out before the end. We'll see. So why don't we go on to your next layout then? Because we talked.
Yeah.
About
So we talked a little bit about
your train is seen, Danny. Your train is seen.
good. I love it. It's the Yamanote line. It's a Kato Yamanote line model.
By the way, completely. Have you seen the Kato social media stuff? It's great right now.
Yeah, they're pretty unhinged now.
I love it.
Yeah, it's pretty good.
I say this because of I don't know if any of you seen it. They're using a lot of like Godzilla stuff, and this is one of the reasons Danny got into N scale.
Because Godzilla, right? Obviously Japanese, right? So Japanese trains, Kato's Japanese, Godzilla, and also Gunpla. Is anyone like Gundams, like Gundam Wing? One of the major scales for Gunpla is 1 to 144. The Japanese trains are typically 1 to 140. The standard gauge ones are 1 to 160, but close enough so you can have like freaking Gundams and. I got a little Gundam. It's half of a Gundam. Fighting kaiju and stuff, which I think is pretty cool. So I thought that would be a lot of fun, and so I went for anyway. But that's one of the reasons why I went to N scale, among many others. But are you sure? Am I sharing my screen?
Let me turn it on for you.
So, sometimes when you look at it, one image can make you want to make a model railroad. I've seen some people talk about like a couple scenes, like maybe it's like I saw one person talking about a waterfront scheme where there's a dock, there's a bunch of trains, and there's like a ramp that goes up on top of the dock, and like, oh, this would make a great model railroad. So sometimes it's just one image can make you want to make a whole model railroad, and this was that image for me. So if anyone's familiar with the Jersey Shore, you'll immediately notice this on the upper left. That's Barnegat Lighthouse, and I have been, I was born in the Jersey Shore.
I don't think
I'm a
that's
Jersey
Snooki.
boy at heart. What's that?
I don't think that's Snooki.
No. Insert inappropriate joke here.
I already used my
keep
F-bomb.
it at PG-13, but I guess we'll try to keep it PG right now. So anyway, I saw this. It was like I was on LBI. My mother-in-law lives on the shore, so I was in one of those tchotchke stores that sells a bunch of LBI stuff. And I consider myself a student of history, and I particularly am interested where old right-of-ways for railroads are. And I knew that there was a railroad that went to there were multiple railroads that went to the shore, right? The one I was familiar with the one that went across the Barnegat to Seaside Heights. I was familiar with the one that went to Cape May, the one that still goes to Atlantic City, one that went to Ocean City. But for some reason, I had no idea about the train that went to frickin' LBI. I said frickin', that's not a bad word.
Yep, you can say that. You're allowed.
Yeah, and then I saw this in a shop, and I was like, oh my gosh. So I honestly, I didn't think it was true at one point. Like I thought there was maybe like a ferry or something, but no, there was a train that went onto Long Beach Island. It went across a huge.
Yeah. Do you have a bridge? Do you have a photo of the bridge?
Yeah, I got a photo of the bridge. But like, if you're not familiar, here's Long Beach Island, right? So this is 19-mile long island, barrier island off the Jersey Shore, and there's one way on it and off it is this causeway. And before this was built, there was a railroad causeway that was right next to it. You can kind of see the tracery of it right here. See Railroad Ave, right? But it was built in the late 1800s and survived until like the 20s. And on the island itself, I am very good at like when I'm driving places, having a sense for when there was a right of way there. And it is tough to find. So I had no idea that there was a railroad that was on here. So when I saw that image, oh my gosh, this is amazing. And unfortunately, there's virtually nothing on the island that is left from it. But it's just such an interesting thing, such a unique point in time when they actually had trains that went across like a huge causeway. Like, look at this. Like, look at it, it's huge, like just a really long, kind of scary looking bridge. I don't know if I'd be too happy going across this, but that went to LBI, and just even the engineering of it, of having to secure the track in such a sandy environment where maybe the ground isn't as stable. So I became really, really interested and fascinated by this whole thing, and started doing a bunch of research, and realized that the only surviving building on the island was not far from my mother-in-law's house, and it's this station in Long Beach, in Barnegat Light, and it's still standing, which is actually incredible after all these years. So this is the only physical thing left on the island that it can attest to this railroad. So this is it in like the 70s. So it's still there, and I just was super interested in it. And this also tied in with that. I was trying to get my wife maybe a little bit more interested in this. And so I figured by changing the whole thing from this like super nerdy, super architectural, gritty engine terminal, that if I turn this into Barnegat Light, where she has some history, that this could be more of a joint experience. And that was kind of true. She ended up, I think she was, so anyway, it was an interesting thing. I ended up modeling in Revit the house and bringing it into another software called Rhino. And then also did the.
How high was that going to have to be in HO scale?
Well, there it is. You can see this is like this was a 2x4 module, so it's about 2 feet tall. Which would have been awesome. Like just so, I had schemes for this where it would be in a closet, but then we also moved and I could put it in the basement. But this actually started theoretically getting built because we built these. Me and Billy built these modules. So I have like four bases of them. I ended up I did start 3D printing the building, which kind of went okay.
Kind of worked. You almost killed your whole family. But
almost, yeah. By the way, resin printing, the poisonous aspect of it is no joke. So you need to ventilate.
Now you know.
I need to reprint it, but it had some issues. But it mostly kind of worked. And it was great because you could see I was able to get the detail in the little clapboards here, which was cool. So anyway, that was the other one that sort of got away, and it had a couple different flavors.
Where's your track plan that you had with all the modules? There you go. That's the one.
Yeah, well, so I couldn't find the one with all the modules because I know I drew it, but I just couldn't find it. So anyway, this was in that same apartment that we were living in. I don't know how I was gonna put this away in this closet. I was like, oh yeah, it'll fit in the closet. Like this could fit underneath, and that could fit underneath. I don't know. So I had this whole thing where you'd have an Inglenook for Beach Haven on the right, which is the southern end of the island. You had a Y in the middle where Surf City is, that's what actually existed. Is that there was the causeway and it had a Y that some of the trains would go north, some of the trains would go south, and then Barnegat City where you'd have the lighthouse and the station. And then I had the bridge. I had Manahawkin, which is on the mainland. And then I guess I had a loop and a little engine terminal in Tuckerton. So it had a lot of interesting history where it was the Manahawkin and Long Beach Island Transportation Company, and then that became the Tuckerton Railroad, and the Pennsylvania Railroad was always involved. So you would get Pennsylvania Railroad specials from Philadelphia, New York every summer that would go onto the island, but because of the causeway, you could only get a small engine on it. So 1223 at Strasburg actually was on LBI, which is really cool. So it was one of the engines that made it out there. And they would even set up temporary block signaling every summer to make the whole thing work.
They made temporary block signaling?
Yeah, and they couldn't. They did that for LBI, but they couldn't even put the block signals on your branch in Bordentown there. So,
well, they did. They eventually did.
Pennsylvania Railroad works in mysterious ways.
It just had to be 15 people that died before.
It's the standard railroad. It's about 15 people dead before you install the signals. That's standard.
Exactly.
Yeah, this is going right.
Standard for 1900.
So I did eventually make a scheme of this that was on standard 2x4 modules that was supposed to be a Fremo layout, and that was the latest version that I had. I never ended up I couldn't find the drawing for it, so it's a bummer, but it was something like this. I think I used AnyRail for it, but it would have been really cool, and I might still do it just because just think of going down to the basement, having freaking Barnegat light there, standing tall with the
That'd be really
maybe
cool.
I could model the light going around. What a commanding presence that would be, and especially as a modular, I could take it around. They have a bunch of festivals on the island and teach people about the history because I didn't know anything about this railroad, and I'm a freaking huge train nerd. So I'm sure a bunch of other people that have an interest in railroads maybe never knew that a train went onto the island, but it did for at least a time.
Cool.
So yeah, so that was the Long Beach Island, Manahawkin and Long Beach Island Transportation Company Railroad.
Nice.
You can take it back.
All right. Well, I will take it back because I think the last one that was your kind of last one for. That was your last one for your layouts that got away, correct?
Yeah, I don't think the last one I have is I don't have any drawings for. It's always just sort of an idea. Maybe it's a future layout. That's the Schuylkill layout.
Oh yeah. Oh, that's a cool one.
Yeah,
we should talk about that on a different one because that's going to be a future one. That'd be cool.
Future, not
but
the one that
I
got
had
away.
one other one that kind of got away, and it was a short one, but I thought it was kind of a cool idea. We are at $500.
Whoa! I think that means I get the train.
Oh, and we have someone called it out. It is the John Bull. Woo!
Hell
Go.
yeah! All
Ian
right,
Wells. Woo!
Ian.
Yeah, he called it.
Oh dang!
Yeah.
Good job. All right. I'm gonna go on the thing, do the thing with the stuff.
So yeah, now it'll be what? What'd you say? We were donating $50?
$50.
All right, so it'll be $550 now. Cool. But so my last one, as we're wrapping up, I got 5 more minutes left, I guess. Who's up next? I think Eddie's up next. Is that right? So my quick one was it's actually kind of similar to what I was going to do now. It was around the wall layout like I have currently behind me. But it was based on like I wanted it to be kind of interesting thing. It was kind of more conceptual instead of it was like going to have a city on one side and another city on another. And it was going to be like Chicago on one end and San Francisco on another or something like that. It's going to be vague. Didn't have to be anything, but the idea was to have it so the connecting pieces in between, which are have to be thin parts on my thing, on my here, let me see if I could find a photo I could bring up of something. Don't worry about it. We don't have time. But basically, if you think about it, I have 2 sloping walls right here. This is actually a slope, a really heavy slope on my roof. So I have these ones as thicker pieces on each end and then thin ones on each one on the sides that connect them. Those sides were going to be like the canyons on the California Zephyr. Because me and my wife, we took the California Zephyr on our honeymoon across the country, and there was just some beautiful scenery there and everything like that. Let me see if I can just maybe bring some of those up. Let me see. Do I actually have any of those? Let's see here. Let's see. I don't think I have any of them real quick. I could probably, if I scroll it down, I can show you a few of them. But it would have been basically just, I'd be trying to imitate the Amtrak train that we took pretty directly. Here we go. By the way, this is my website for my photography, not plugging anything at all. But, first of all, here's my beautiful wife, Anna, on our honeymoon, looking out on the California Zephyr as it goes up. So we actually took it straight from Trenton, which was really fun. Trenton Transit Station. We took
You do the Capitol out? Is that right? So
yeah, we did the Capitol out. So we took NEC down to DC, the Capitol Limited out to Chicago, and then the California Zephyr. Here's at Union Station.
No Capitol Limit anymore. That's the Floridian.
Yeah, it's Floridian now. But then just going through, I wanted to have it just hugging the wall with some of these beautiful like canyons. Just think of that, like right along the wall. I could just build that kind of
that'd be cool.
raggedy thing, and they can have that exact HO Amtrak train. And truthfully, now that I belong to a club, thinking about doing that again, because that was a beautiful trip, and it means means a lot to me. So it'd be fun to have that, like, be able to build that exact train, you know, like with these, what are these, P-42s, PL-42s?
No. Oh no! Oh no! Oh crap!
Oh no! Oh no!
Look, the freaking truck came off. Freaking truck came off the M fleet.
Oh man.
That's not good. Anyway, well, it was one of these guys, right?
Yeah. So, truthfully, it would be, like, now that I think about it now, I was like, oh man, if I did do N scale, that would be what I do. Because that'd be a really cool conceptual one. Just, like, have it going through those canyons and stuff.
Yeah, and I was trying to get you to have, like, a truly transcontinental thing with, like, staging for
Well, that was the thought. Like, you had like, some ideas for that.
And, like, a double-decker layout. Like, holy crap, it would have been pretty cool.
Yeah. But, I think our time is about up. I don't know. Yeah, exactly. I'm glad you got that, Dennis. Yeah, the Ogno guy from all that. Oh no. Yeah, we grew up on that. That was like, everyone in our family says that. Oh no. Yep, P-42s.
Which is from I Love Toy Trains, right?
Yep, exactly.
Yeah. I always think of Ward Kimball like at the beginning of it on the.
So, Dennis, did you want us to sign off now, or is I think it was Eddie's coming up next, right? I'm looking at you in the chat in case you say anything. But otherwise, we can still vamp. I'm good. We are good at vamping.
Yeah, I'm good vamping. Yeah.
Yeah. So what do you got on that thing? Amfleet?
So I am truly wondering why the hell both trucks came off of my freaking Amfleet here. Look at this. There's no freaking trucks. What the hell?
Is that a Kato one, or is that one of the Bachman ones?
Oh, this is a Kato. Like, what the?
Hey, you almost said it. I heard that. I almost heard it.
I
said
only get
2.
Freaking, I thought.
I heard the
hell. Can I say hell? Is hell okay?
All right. So it sounds like Eddie is ready to go. So if you are watching us on Rail Brothers, go head over to Model Train People on YouTube, and Eddie will be there. I think I can't remember, what is he doing? Is he weathering something, or is he? Let me see. I can actually look it up on our little Discord. Where is that? Where is it? I know it's somewhere. Well, go head over there. Eddie's going to be showing you some more fun train stuff. And as I said, that feed is going on until 6 p.m. Tomorrow. So, and if you want to, you can join us at 10 a.m. tomorrow while we run our trains.
Not these trains. You're going to see better trains, hopefully.
You'll see this train. You'll see this train right here. You'll see that one and other trains. So, have a good night, all. As I said, head over on the Model Train People and continue if you're on Rail Brothers. Otherwise,
keep on donating. This is an amazing
keep donating.
cause.
Yeah, donate to Chop. They're great people there. They help my daughter. So, go. I guess I'll end the stream now, or I'll put up a be right back. I'll put up a be right back. So there we go. So, good talking to y'all. Follow us on social media if you don't. Yeah, all that stuff.
All right. I'm going to turn it off. Okay. So, with that said and done, thanks to Billy and Eddie, Billy and Danny for that wonderful podcast. And I'm going to click the button here that hopefully will send you all over to Eddie. And if not, reload the web page on the YouTube channel, and hopefully there'll be a new one with Eddie there shortly. So I'm going to click the button, and fingers crossed that...
Oh, man. I think I totally just cut Dennis off there. So, Dennis, thank you. So I'm going to click the button, and fingers crossed. Let's see if this works. I'm going to do this until I actually see myself. All right, there we go. Dope. All right, this is amazing. Dennis, thank you. Okay, cool. So, hey, y'all. What's going on? Eddie here. What we're going to do tonight. So, first and foremost, I just want to say thank you to Billy and Danny, Dennis. Y'all tonight have really made this thing go on. A bunch of other people who are coming on to tonight and then into tomorrow. So everybody who's taking part in this, seriously, from the bottom of my heart, thank you so much for doing this. And for those of you who have donated so far, yeah, like Chop does some really good stuff in and around the Philadelphia area and into South Jersey. So I know Billy's talked about how it's helped his daughter. Um, my son has interacted with Chop, but nowhere near the level that his daughter has. So being able to give back to such a good organization really means a lot. So again, thank you for y'all's generosity. And as we do this, I'm also going to vamp on this. And for everybody joining in, hey, welcome. What's going on? I'm Eddie Benningfield, one of the guys behind Model Train People. And tonight, originally what I had planned for everybody was I was going to try to scratch build a coal mine that's going to eventually go on my T-track layout down in my basement. But due to some chaos in my personal life as well as chaos at work, schedules be as they may, we're going to run ops on my 2x4, which is a clone of MRR1 by DIY and Digital. But before we get into that, we're just going to do a quick check out the GoFundMe, see where everything is right now. And the rookie mistake here is not having it already pulled up before I took over. But that's how it goes, right? Let me see if I do this. Does the chat show up? Oh, a little choppy audio. Okay. You know what? I think it's these. So let me just see if I can disconnect this without destroying everything. Okay. Is that any better audio-wise? It's not working. And of course, this is all going to freeze on me as I'm trying to do this. All right, dope. Okay, cool. Sean, thank you so much for letting me know that's working out. Hope you guys enjoy seeing the top of my head. Me and Billy suffer from the same follicle challenges in life, which my heart goes out to you, my brother. Right. I appreciate everybody's patience real quick. While we're doing this, let me see if I can flip this camera around. So, ultra wide on that works. This is a nice train that we're going to be building out. Hitting every single industry on here, and we'll explain that here in a little bit. But this is the motive power. I'm gonna roll some dice here. We're going to pick which one we're going to do. We have a Bachmann CSX YN3B GP40-2 and a C&O chassis B30-7 by Atlas. I'm a fan of your small job ops, your your 4-axle diesels have a soft spot in my heart just because I think they're cool. But we'll go ahead and do the stuff with the... Oh yeah, absolutely bald and proud. Oh, now audio's gone. Can you hear me? Can you guys hear me at all? Okay, it's back. Okay, cool. Yeah, so we'll do the checkup on GoFundMe once this is done. But real quick, let's go ahead and roll the dice. D20, just because, what nerd is complete without a D20? And odd, we will roll with the chassis system. Even, we will roll with CSX. And CSX wins. Okay, so this is what we're going to do. So this is a DCCEX system, so it's already all set up. The industries that we'll be changing out tonight, we have cars in storage right here, represented by this 4-bay hopper. A off layout power plant. This right here is a lumber yard, and then I call it Strickland propane over here. I'm just realizing that I don't have my tool to switch stuff. So what I'm probably going to do is I'm going to go find that real quick because it's downstairs and come back upstairs. So that's always a blast, and I apologize for that. I'm just usually a little bit more put together on this one, but you know what? Let's see if this works. And if not, then you guys can watch some trains go around in a circle while I go downstairs and figure out what happened to my tweezers. Always fun. Always exciting times. But that said, let me find this. I'm actually going to restart this real quick. Just to see if I can get this to reset. Oh yeah, 560 right now. That's freaking incredible in 5 hours. So our goal is $1,000. So that's huge. Man, I really thought I had that up here. Yeah, that sucks for me. Cool. Just to get this on horizontal so it looks a little better. This should be much better. I'm hoping it is. It's going to work. There it goes. All right, fantastic. Yeah, before we do this. This is going to be blank for about 2 minutes, y'all, but I promise I will be right back. So, actually, you know what? Outsmarted myself. Had it in my pocket the entire time. Little magic trick there for you. Jesus. This is going great. Oh, 610. Holy shnikes. Alright. So the sound is going to go in and out a little bit just because I ended up leaving my Bluetooth headphones at work, and the Bluetooth headphones that I have over here that my wife was letting me borrow from her, they don't have the greatest audio quality on. Great for listening, not so much for picking up audio. But we'll go ahead and start building this train out. And so basically the idea here is right off layout is it's coming from the yard. So as I bring this this Jeep forward, the train is going to essentially, the illusion is it's going to spawn into the layout. So let me turn the power on this. Do a little startup sequence for you guys. We'll start building this out. All right, so we're going to build this out, and the way that this is going to work is the locomotive has to essentially end up back in this spot at the end. So I'm actually going to turn the sound off on this for now. We'll start bringing this forward. The op in total should take about 30 minutes, 30, 40 minutes. I tried timing it out a couple nights ago. So that's why this is going to take, oh, it's the baby waking up. Please don't wake up. The other lem fact here, or the other, not really lem fact, but variable is I have the monitor for my 11-month-old son that is sitting on my desk. And we shall see what happens there with that. Dennis, can you still hear me? So there's a logic to how I'm building this out, and it has to do with how easy or hard it is to switch stuff out on this layout, which dictates the delivery sequence for industries on this layout. So some are along with the, I guess what you call the main line. Others are against it. And you guys will see here in a little bit that although there's things in the back, they may not be dropped off first. Or things in the front, rather. Let me be honest with you guys. I know what I'm talking about half of the time. But it's still fun. That's ultimately what matters in the end, right? We're almost last one to get latched on. All right. Sam, what's going on? Nice to see you. Trying to make sure we'll do this. Get a little closer in. And that is the train. Okay. So the order of work tonight is the first thing we're going to do is we're going to switch out this this coal hopper with the fresh coal coming in there. And then we'll do a sequence over here between these two. The propane dealer will be switched out first, but because of how this stuff is angled, these empties will have to be pulled out. And then finally, once everything's switched out over here, this scrap gondola is going to be swapped out with this covered hopper here as the piece of rolling stock that is hanging out on the layout for storage. So without further ado, let's do the thing. And we lost half of the... I love in scale, but I hate in scale. Grab the straggler here. There we go. All right. So because I need to do a runaround maneuver here, the first thing we're going to do is we're going to come back here, grab this, and then this covered hopper is going to hang out back here. The challenge here and why I'm only using the 2-axle diesels is, yeah, this is not a lot of space. And this is one of the challenges to the layout and trying to get things kind of swapped in and out. But with that... So the goal is 1,000, but on GoFundMe it says 800, just as a what's the word? Just kind of like a aim point. Thank you. That's a Rapido. It's a BNSF. I'm really impressed with the Rapido's product. Do it, kid. That's gonna get annoying quick. All right, that's in place. Take this forward. I'm noticing also that on these that somehow I ended up, you can't really see it in there. It's a little too, there we go. Bending the ends of these, putting this in a pink foam to put trees into my my most recent module. So probably gonna get new ones of these because yeah, this is gonna be interesting. But I guess get what you pay for. Temu set of like hobby tools. The Bachmann Jeep was about 140, 150. And I think I got it on sale for like 129. this ain't good. Nah, whatever. It works out. It's a bit clunky, but part of the fun. All right. Yeah, do it. I'm happy with it. For the price, it's a great little locomotive. It's way more detailed than I expected it to be for a Bachmann. There's some things I need to do with the decoder, just because both the front lights and the rear lights want to come on whenever there's power applied. But other than that, it's not bad. Let's push this forward. Waiting for the monkey paw to curl on my son. But he's teething like crazy. He's got three little teefies. You think the fourth one's getting ready to show up. He looks like a beaver, but and as adorable as it is, we pay for it through the nose because he's just uncomfortable. Ad, welcome back. This may look familiar from last week. Yeah, this is a little Tokyo drift in there going on. I'm gonna have to go downstairs and find new tweezers. There we go. You know what the FTA doesn't know doesn't hurt it, so we'll continue to skirt the rules in the far. Oh boy. Doesn't he just decide to reset on me? Oh. There we go. Ooh, am I gonna have room? Did I just set myself up for failure on this? Hold on. Wow, this is awkward. Alright. What time is it? So, alright. Cool, so what we're going to do is, I'm just going to dump this off, take this back, bring it back around. A couple extra moves, but whatever. Oh yeah, super easy on this one. I could totally cheat it and just pick it up, but yeah, whatever. Nope. We're gonna push it out of the way. That's not good. What are we doing that noise? Hold on, sir. I need you to just slow your roll for a minute. There you go. $6.70 on the donations. We're freaking killing it, and we're barely like what, 4 hours into this. Yeah, it's really awesome. It's I think last time we did this, we got to 1,000 and like right at the end of the 24 hours. But I think given the reach of this one, I wasn't expecting it this early. All right, so all we're gonna do is latch back up to the empty, bring it over here, drop the empty off, and then put this back in its place. Oh my gosh. So what I'm doing is I keep hitting the lock button on this phone. No, I don't care about that. And so then it like immediately exits out of engine driver. Luckily, engine driver still works in the background, but yeah. Operator error, man. It's like my wife and I were going to Ireland in June, taking the baby. I am not the greatest driver, so it'll be fun driving on the left side of the road. All right. That took forever. It's funny, I say it's like, yeah, this will be 20 minutes, this will be 30 minutes, and then 20 minutes, 30 minutes later, I've only barely swapped out one industry. But I'm gonna put a little more speed into this. What time is it? Yeah, we got time. Where'd you go in Scotland? So I've done it before. Like, this will be my third trip to Ireland. First time traveling international with a baby. So I'm actually looking forward to it. It's just we're driving from Dublin to Dingle on kind of day one, so I'm hoping I'm rested. If not, like, I mean, you know, I'll be smart and I'll stop and do that. But I'm just excited to hang out in Dingle for a couple days, just chill out in essentially like a rental house out there and hike and get some good beer. Try to surf maybe, because surfing is a thing out in that part of Ireland. Oh yeah. But anyway, if my driving on here is any evidence for y'all on how it's going to go here in a couple months, well, it'll at least be entertaining. All right. I think I messed up the order on rolling stock coming in on the drop-offs, but we'll see what happens. Actually, no, I do need to drop this off here, so this is coming with me. You'll see that the challenge here is really swapping out both the... Hold on, what are you doing? You be relaxed. It's swapping out the propane. That's probably the single biggest challenge on this layout, and what everything ends up getting planned around. So we're going to put these back. Grab this, let it hang out for a minute. Oh. Don't do it, kid. Don't do it. Stay asleep. Alright. Go back to sleep. Oh. Teething sucks so bad. God, that just... Oh boy. Alright, he keeps fading in and out. He's back out. I was going to put you back here just for good measure. Now I can hang out here. I think I'm good. All right. Oh shit. Whew. Oh yeah, dude, we're doing that. He got Tylenol about 2 hours ago. He'll probably if he wakes up again, he'll go give him some ibuprofen. But yeah, it's great. Oh my gosh, I killed this. Turn out a couple when I first put this in, so it gives me problems. But you know what? We'll just kind of god this, move this around. But no, he's just been miserable the last couple nights, and it's just fun. Almost, but almost only counts in horseshoes and hand grenades. So you know what? It works out. Again, the FRA isn't here, and what they don't know doesn't hurt them. All right, let's get to something else other than switching out coal hoppers. But no, it doesn't make us bad parents. It makes he's in pain, and it's ibuprofen and Tylenol. It's vitamin T and vitamin M, and sorry, some dirty patches on the track there. And you do what you need to make sure the levels aren't hurting. He's got 3. He's got his 2 bottom front teeth, and then he's got 1 top front tooth. And we thought the second one was coming in, but it's super swollen. So I guess it's any day really. He just looks goofy, and it's adorable. Oh! There you go. Wow. Rude. There you go. Dylan, how's it going? Dylan, super excited to see you on here and to see what you're going to do. Alrighty. Yeah, these tweezers are getting retired, like, tonight, after this is done. Straight to the trash. Oh. What happened, friend? There we go. I love we're excited and switched the turnout a little too early. So for those of you watching and who want to know what ops you can do with a 2x4 layout and how engrossing it can get, here's what you can do with a small space. For the longest time, I was just switching these two out over here, and I started getting bored, and that's why I have a T-track layout slowly being built in my basement. By the way, Sean, I will say that I appreciate how well built your stuff is, because although CMR's is great, there's definitely yours is a little bit more user-friendly putting together if you're still on here. So thank you for your product, man. It is good. But just adding a couple more things onto this, and yeah, hours of fun. It's amazing the amount of time I spend on this back feeder track here dealing with the industries on the other side. Yeah, whatever. There you go. Well, yeah, it is 2 feet by 4 feet. We're just gonna do this because I'm putting it over here. Don't worry about the finger of God. Given that we're almost done with time here, I got 9 minutes. I'm gonna take some liberties and shortcuts, but all right. Dennis, copy on that. Yeah, I'll let this one die off. Yo, wrong way. I had it going the right direction. Have you guys had a good week? This feels like this week's been nuts. Everybody at work has been just kind of like going through it, and I know, Matt, if you're watching this, I know your tooth's hurting you, and I hope you're feeling better with that, my friend. Yeah, there's really just the amount of stuff going out around this like winter. COVID went through our house and the office, and then like there's somebody at work who just like got over strep, and then a week later tested positive for strep again. So she's going through another round of antibiotics, and it's just not a fun time of the year. All right, some things are going to magically happen just because we're running a little light on time. And I think this might be the last couple operations. So the last thing that we'll do today is we'll throw the replacements for the lumberyard, this rail box and center beam on the back here, and then that'll be it. Oh yeah, she's got like 4 kids, so it's just like they're constantly getting sick. So that means she's constantly getting sick. Oh shit. It's falling off. Great. And my hoodie just took out this, so I think that means I'm done. Oh boy. That's awesome. Well, I'll retire that one. Okay. It's a fun time. All right, well, that was the op, and yeah. You know what? That was kind of the goal with this. This little 2x4 ended up being, although I really like West Virginia, this ended up taking direct inspiration from watching stuff go off the Bordentown Secondary. Oh, I know that tank had something in it. Like, that's East Palestine back here. It's probably why, you know, I don't have any Norfolk Southern on the layout, you know, just in case. But yeah. But I am hitting. It is midnight. That means Dylan is going to take over. So what we're going to do is we're going to close out this this stream. And then we're going to swap over to another one, or really it's a same channel. We'll just close this out just so we can make sure that we're staying within the time constraints that YouTube puts on these things, so this stays for posterity. I gotta download something for the next one. So y'all, it's been great. I genuinely appreciate all you guys staying up and watching this, and the charity that a lot of you guys have put forward for this tonight and hopefully into tomorrow. And give us about 5 minutes here and we'll get back to more live streaming. So without further ado, thanks again, y'all, and have a wonderful night.